Almost good. All right. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Winchester Select Board meeting for Monday, June 9th, 2026. No spoilers on soccer, please, at the table or from our guests if you're watching. I am Chair Anthea Brady, joined by Vice Chair Bill McGonigal and members Mike Bangford, Michelle Pryor, Paris Bayani, and our Town Manager, Chris Senior. We are going to start off, we'll do our donations, and we have a donation on a supplemental agenda as well, and then we'll bring up we have Senator Lewis here. We'll bring him up for a legislative update, and State Rep Mike Day will also be joining us. He's on his way over. So, Bill, I'll turn it to you.
Sure. With the donations, I've been given the okay to read them all at once for one single motion. So I'm going to move that we accept with gratitude the following donations. An in-kind donation of 16 Adirondack chairs from the Winchester Home and Garden Club to the town to be placed on the town common. A donation of $750 from the Pediatric Dental Associates of Winchester to the Recreation Department for the concerts on the common. An in-kind donation of 2 pallets of Hard True clay from the Winchester Tennis Association to the Recreation Department for the clay courts at Parker Ellis Tennis Courts. A donation of $200 from the Aberjona Post 3719 VFW to the Police Department to be deposited in the police gift account. A grant from the Mass DEP Massachusetts Air Sensor Grant Program of 5 Purple Air Flex sensors to the Health Department to be installed in outdoor locations in Winchester. The remaining grant amount of $2,675.57 from the Mystic Valley Public Health Coalition to the Health Department for the Winchester Coalition for a Safer Communities Youth Substance Abuse Programming. Donations of $395 to the Council on Aging, $195 appreciation of transportation services, and a $200 donation. A donation of $20,000 from the Cummings Foundation to the Winchester Coalition for a Safer Community for FY27 expenses. An earmark of $150,000 from the Massachusetts Department of Fish and Game to the Conservation Commission for the Wedge Pond water quality effort. And on our supplemental agenda, a donation of $12,000 from the Friends of Winter Pond for the FY27 Winter Pond Management for Nuisance Aquatic Plants and Water Quality Testing.
Okay. I didn't catch that. Do you want to read it again?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Thank you, Bill.
You're welcome.
Senator Lewis, do you want to come up and join us?
Yeah, there were a couple. I didn't want to pull them out of order, though. Sorry. Because some of them were like loose. They weren't.
Welcome.
Well, thank you very much, Chair Brady and members of the Select Board and Town Manager Senior. It's great to see you all. And want to start by thanking you all for the great work you do on behalf of the town of Winchester and its residents. Thank you for your dedicated public service. And thank you for inviting me and the other members of the Winchester Legislative Delegation to come and meet with you. We'll be joined shortly by my colleagues, Representative Mike Day, I believe Representative Michelle Sokola will be here. Senator Pat Jalen, as you just heard, unfortunately has a health issue and called me as well to say she really wanted to be here, but unfortunately, was not going to be able to make it. But I think you'll, with the 3 members of the delegation, I think you'll be able to hear all the updates that you ever wanted. And we would welcome questions you have for us and any feedback you want to share, as we enter the final leg of the legislative session. So I will kick things off. I'll keep it brief. And again, would welcome questions and discussion. So I'll give you a fiscal year 27 state budget update, which is, I'm sure, high priority, of course, for you all. And then I will also give you an update on some legislation that I think will be of interest to you and the town's residents. Let me say before I just get into the budget that our delegation is very well aware of the fiscal condition of the town, and obviously the override that was unsuccessful, and the implications of that for a lot of difficult decisions that you all are having to make, and of course as well as the school committee and the town's working with the town staff. So we, going into the fiscal year 27 budget process, certainly the delegation has been very top of mind for us, and so when we've been thinking about priorities within the state's overall $60 billion plus budget, being able to maximize funding that flows to Winchester and our other municipalities, many of whom are also facing difficult fiscal conditions, has really been a top priority for, I can assure you, for the Winchester delegation, and really for our colleagues who represent other towns and cities as well. So the fiscal year 27 state budget, as you know, kicks off in January when the governor puts her proposal forward. The House of Representatives debated and passed their version in April. The Senate did likewise in May. We are currently, the budget is now still in a conference committee, which is 3 representatives, 3 senators who are charged with reconciling all the differences across all the many, many line items and policies. So it's a very complicated job. The budget is due July 1st. As you know, the new fiscal year starts. So I'm very hopeful we'll be seeing that state budget back to the House and Senate for final votes very soon. It's possible it could slip into July. So what we'll do is the legislature before July 1st will pass a 1/12 budget, which basically keeps everything funded into July. So there's no we don't have any hiccups or any problems as occur sometimes on the federal level. But I'm hopeful we will get a final budget to Governor Healy's desk, in the very near future. Okay, so obviously the biggest source of funding for Winchester from the state is money for school funding. That's this Chapter 70 program. We're all very familiar with that. Good news for Winchester. We know what that number is. It's not going to change because the number is the same in the House and the Senate budgets, and it's $12,084,000 is the amount Winchester will be receiving. That's an almost $700,000 increase over last fiscal year, which is a 6.1% increase. So that's a pretty healthy increase, and hopefully will help. You all and the school committee.
1,000?
What's that?
12,084,000.
12,084,000. Yeah, the exact number is $12,084,323, and that is a $696,000 increase, or 6.1% over fiscal year 26. What's driving that number, and the reason it's larger than what you may have initially expected, was that is based on an amount which we call minimum per pupil aid, which is something that basically you run the Chapter 70 formula. The Department of Education does this. It's a huge spreadsheet for every municipality. And if that does not result in an increase in Chapter 70 funding, then there is an automatic amount that is applied on a per pupil basis so that every municipality does get some increase. The amount that's built into statute, which we wrote into the Student Opportunity Act, which I helped to get through the legislature years ago, is at least $30 per pupil. Governor Healy in her budget proposed $75 per pupil, so she recognized that 30 would not be enough and we needed more. But both the House and Senate did something that we've never done before. We increased it to the level of $160 per pupil. So that is more than that I'm aware of has ever. It's the highest that's ever been. So that $160 is a per pupil. So you basically multiply 160 times the enrollment in Winchester schools, which is a little over 4,000, and that's how you get that increase of $696,000 in Chapter 78. Again, that I think you can take to the bank because the House and Senate have the exact same number. The Senate's budget also includes 2 very important commissions. one of which I was the lead sponsor of, and I've been pushing for years, actually, and that is a special legislative commission which would be chaired by by legislators, likely the chairs of the Education Committee, but would also have stakeholders representing all aspects of the education sector, and it would be charged with doing a deep dive on the school funding formula and looking at all aspects of the formula, where the formula is out of date, where it needs to be updated, where reforms are necessary. We would also look at other funding streams like the special education circuit breaker. Great day, great to see you. Just started. Would look at the circuit breaker for special education. Would look at school transportation reimbursements. Would look at charter school reimbursements. So basically, all the different funding streams that the state provides to help fund education, and would look at how adequate is that funding and how equitable is that funding. And so that is in the Senate budget, that commission. I'm very hopeful that it will be included in the final budget, and I know that Governor Healy, if so, will support it. And if that is the case, that commission will likely get seated and up and running in the fall. It will probably take a couple years to do the work required here and to build the consensus necessary to make the further changes to the formula. So we're not going to see any immediate impact, but it's a critical step toward looking at how school funding needs to be updated and improved. We went through a similar process more than 10 years ago now, and that's what led to the legislation called the Student Opportunity Act. So again, things change. No formula is ever perfect. It's time to do that again. So I'm very hopeful that will be included in the budget. Another commission that the Senate included in our budget is to look at unrestricted local aid, sometimes referred to as UGA. And that is the other main source of state funding provided to cities and towns, as you know, and that is available to the community to use for any purposes. In the budget, the amount of unrestricted local aid is a little bit different in the Senate budget than it is in the House budget. So Rep. Day and I can't tell you tonight what that final number will be, but it's going to be somewhere close to almost $2 million for Winchester. Maybe slightly less, but somewhere in that range. So it'll likely be a modest increase over last year in unrestricted local aid. But there are also concerns about local aid, how the amounts are determined, how they're calculated. Is it adequate, again, to meet the needs? I would argue no, it's not adequate to meet the needs of communities, because we're talking about police, fire, library, senior services, health departments, everything other than schools, right? And again, is it fair in terms of how much is being allocated to one community versus another? So the commission that the Senate sets up in its budget would also take a deep dive, into unrestricted local aid, and come back with recommendations to the legislature and the governor as to how that program should be modified going forward. Again, that will take some time to do its work, but a very important effort. So, we'll see what happens in the final budget, but I'm hopeful both of those commissions will get included. There was quite a number of earmarks for Winchester, both in the budget, also in some other legislation we've passed recently, with some of the so-called fair share or millionaires tax, which has been outperforming expectations. It's been a huge success so far, and so that allowed the legislature to also provide some new funding. So I know Rep. Day was going to go through a lot of those earmarks that have been secured by the delegation for Winchester, so I will leave that for him to cover, but there's some terrific projects included in there. There have also been a few state grants Winchester's received in the last 6 months, and over the years Winchester's done very well, and credit to the town staff, I think, and the select board in securing a lot of state grants, which are in many cases competitive grants. And most recently there was a almost $19,000 fire safety grant that the town received for fire department equipment, and also a $15,000 Mass Cultural Council grant, which I believe is being invested in the Winchester's Cultural District. So we always are, the delegation always tries to support those grant applications. So anytime the town is applying for a grant, be sure to let us know. We'll typically write a letter of support, on behalf of the town and advocate for the town to secure those grants. In terms of a few local projects, I just wanted to mention. It's been a while now, but I did want to, because I haven't been before you in a while, celebrate the completion of the renovated Winchester Center commuter rail station. When I first was elected as state representative, that was one of the early projects I began working on. We had many meetings around this table, actually, with town officials and the MBTA and the consultants for the MBTA, and there were several town residents involved all along the way. And after a decade and a half of advocacy and hard work, the new station obviously opened last summer, and I think we would all agree it's been a terrific, asset for the downtown and really for the whole region. I want you to know I am continuing to push the MBTA to make some final improvements. I think the town has a few things on its punch list. The one that is very high on my list is to make improvements by cleaning or repainting the concrete abutments on both the Waterfield Road Bridge as well as the Quill Rotary. Just it really seems like when you have basically a brand new station and then you have these concrete abutments that really need some improvement, it really detracts from the station. So I thought we had a commitment from the MBTA to provide some money to do that, but I learned just recently that was not going to be available. So we will continue to push for that, and if we can partner on that with the town, I'm hopeful we can get the MBTA to. We're not talking a lot of money, but there's some money
some
involved.
free time coming up after you retire.
Could do some of that as well. That's true. That's true. In terms of the other thing I wanted to mention was schools. We've obviously had a great track record renovating, rebuilding schools, and pleased that Morocco is moving forward. The Morocco School, for those who don't know, was invited into the eligibility period with the Mass School Building Authority last September, and the project's now in the feasibility phase, and the delegation will continue to do everything we can to support both with the MSBA in terms of moving the project through their pipeline and also supporting the town's efforts, to ultimately secure the funding, which is probably, I would assume, debt exclusion override to see that project to completion. And this really will continue what I think is a very impressive track record for this town with renovating its public school facilities. If you just look at what we've completed over the last several decades and what the residents of the town have been willing to support with their tax dollars, it's a very impressive track record. The Cross Street Bridge, which I see up there, I know is on the agenda tonight, so I know the MBTA is here to speak about their plans for that, but the delegation will continue to be, closely monitor what's happening there, and if the town needs any help from us as that project moves forward, obviously, don't hesitate to let us know. In terms of legislative updates, there's a lot we could talk about here, but I will just mention a few quickly. Governor Healy on last Friday signed into law an important piece of legislation dealing with early literacy and how we teach young children, kindergarten through third grade, how to read. There's been a lot of debate about this issue in Winchester for many years, and some of that debate has been occurring at the state level. I was proud, as the Senate Chair of the Education Committee, to work on this issue for a number of years and help shepherd legislation through the committee. And that legislation passed the House and the Senate earlier this year. And again, there were some differences that were reconciled by a conference committee, which I sat on, and the bill was sent to the governor. She signed it last Friday. So everything Winchester's been doing to move to an evidence-based literacy curriculum, which the school committee and the select board have been very supportive of, is exactly what the legislation calls for. So Winchester's absolutely on track with what will now be required for all schools and districts across Massachusetts. Obviously, there's time to implement it and get there. There's going to be state resources to help support the implementation, the professional development necessary for teachers, and so forth. But I think Winchester's now, ahead of the curve in terms of the town having all the work that's already been done by the school department. Another piece of legislation that will impact Winchester students and teachers is a cell phone ban in schools. Both the House and Senate have passed bills that would prohibit students from having access to cell phones or other devices, personal devices, during the entire school day. So not just during class time, but from when the first bell rings to when the last bell rings. I don't know if that's the policy of Winchester High School. I'm not sure it is.
It's not bell to bell.
It's not bell to bell. So this bill is now in a conference committee. I do expect it to get done. There's strong support. So that would, if and when that becomes, the governor signs it into law, that would necessitate some changes then in Winchester to come into compliance with that. Again, there would be time to do so.
You expect that would get reconciled and signed?
Yes, it's in a conference committee now, and I know there was overwhelming bipartisan support in both branches. Actually, it would be done already. The only complication is that the Senate's bill only deals with cell phones and devices in schools. The House's bill also included provisions dealing with young people's use of social media. I understand why the House did that. It's a very important issue. But the Senate did not include that in its bill. So that's actually the reason why there's a little things have to get sorted out here between the branches. The Senate will be taking up legislation sometime in the next few weeks on the same topic of young people's use of social media. So both branches will have acted in both areas, but how that all gets reconciled, and we'll see. But I do expect that it's a priority certainly for Rep. Day and I, and for our the respective leadership in our chambers. So cell phone ban in schools, second thing I wanted to mention. I think there was a question from somebody on the select board about a bill I filed working with the Mass Municipal Association, which deals with 30B procurement. Is that right? So I pushed for a bill to go through last session which impacted school procurement, and it raised the threshold from up to $100,000 to make it easier to do the procurement, smaller procurements. When the Mass Municipal Association saw that, they were like, "What? That's great, but what about for non-school-based procurements, right?" And I see Chris is nodding profusely. So I worked with them to file a bill to essentially do the same thing for procurements on the municipal side, to make those procurements easier, less burdensome. The bill was assigned to the State Administration Committee, and it had its public hearing, but it hasn't been released by the committee yet. The deadline for the committee to act on the bill was extended to July 31st. So right now, I don't know what will happen with that bill, but I would encourage the select board, if that's important to you, you can weigh in still with testimony to the committee. The delegation can facilitate that. And certainly I would hope that the Mass Municipal Association is continuing to let the State Administration Committee know that that's a priority for them. There's a lot of other legislation that's on the move, especially as we near the end of the session. I believe Rep. Sicolo, since she's still coming, is going to talk about the environmental bond bill. And Rep. Day may have some bills he wants to talk about, but I'm going to stop there. But if there's anything else, housing legislation, economic development, transportation, anything else you have questions about or an interest in, please feel free to bring that up after Rep. Day's given his remarks. In closing, I want to just for a couple points of personal privilege. I want to first thank Select Board Member Bayani for his phenomenal service. Though it has been a relatively brief period, your contributions in that time have been remarkable. And I know how hard you worked on the town's finances and the override and other projects. And given how busy your schedule is with young children, I don't know how you manage it. I don't know how many of you do as volunteers, but wanted to publicly thank you and to wish you well in your future endeavors. And then on an even more personal note, I don't know if I'll be before the Select Board again before my term ends, but as you know, I've decided not to seek re-election this year. It was a difficult decision because I've loved representing Winchester. I was first elected as Winchester State Representative I was elected in 2008, so I began serving in 2009, and served in that capacity for, I guess, about 5 years. And then as state senator, continued to represent technically half of Winchester, but never thought of it as only half. I always thought of I represent, to the best of my ability, all of the town. And it's been an amazing journey. I'm, been very fortunate to have partners like those folks sitting next to me and Senator Jalen over the years. We've made a great team. I've worked with incredible elected officials on this select board, on the school committee, and the planning board, and amazing town staff. And as you all know, countless dedicated volunteers that the town is blessed to have. And I've been proud to be a part of some very significant progress and accomplishments I think we've made over the years. We completed the Tri-Community Greenway, a project that began in the early 1990s, and got that done. And, of course, the Winchester Center Commuter Rail Station. We made improvements to Wedgmere Station before that, accessibility improvements. We've renovated countless schools. I've kind of lost track now of how many, but obviously the biggest among those was the high school, which was a major, major accomplishment to get the high school rebuilt. And then another big one that we worked hard on, I was proud to be involved in for many years, was the flood mitigation projects. And that was a major, major undertaking from this town and the state. And it's just had a tremendous benefit to the community in terms of how we're better able to withstand climate change and environmental changes, and don't see the kind of flood damage to residents and homes and businesses that we once did in this town. So many other smaller things along the way, but it's been an incredible journey, and I just wanted to express my gratitude for having had this opportunity and the time to work with all of you and the residents of Winchester. So thank you.
All right. Great.
Over to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Good evening, Select Board. Sorry for our tardiness. The House was still working. The Senate packed it up around noon today, I think. So we got here at 7:30, the appointed time. Hopefully the acceptance of the Adirondack chairs were smooth sailing. I'll start just by echoing my thanks to Paris for your work on the Select Board, and all of you on the Select Board. I know it's not done because you're seeking glory or thanks. It's very rare that you get that, but I do want to express my gratitude to all of you, and particularly Paris, as you move on to your next venture, and to Senator Lewis as well. It's been a great partnership, I think, for us. Certainly, I can speak for Rep. Sicolo for a moment here. Between the House and the Senate, there's often sandbox fights that folks on the outside look and say, what's going on there? I can tell you that the Winchester delegation hasn't had that. We've always been able to work clearly with each other for the betterment of this town. And I'd say with Senator Jalen and Senator Lewis moving along, we're not better off as a result of that. I will say that it's probably the Select Board's fault, not mine, having to work with both of them. But no, it's been a terrific partnership with both Senator Lewis and Senator Jalen working for this town. So we've got some great candidates coming up on both of those seats, and hopefully we can continue that partnership between the House and the Senate. I'll cover just briefly, because I think Senator Lewis, as he does, covered quite a bit.
I left you all earmarks to talk about Rep. Day.
I'll take the glory and the earmarks. But no, I'll just really cover the budget quickly and then turn to Rep. Sicolo, and then we can talk to any issues or questions you all have. And I apologize if I'm going over a little bit of what Senator Lewis just said, but Winchester's projected, we'll have the final numbers tomorrow morning. They're still doing some final language negotiations between the House and the Senate, but we will have a vote on Wednesday where the House and the Senate will take that vote to move it on to Governor Healy's desk in advance of our July 1 fiscal year starting. We did today file what they call a 1/12th amendment, so that the cities and towns are not going to be bereft of funding for that month, just in case there's a holdup, or if Governor Healy takes her full 10 days to sign that or vetoes anything. So we've got the kind of emergency chute in place. There'll be no interruption with state funding coming through to the towns, but we expect to pass our respective votes on the conference committee come Wednesday, which is great news. You'll have complete certainty as we move forward. So Winchester's projected to receive a little more than $14.1 million this year in direct state funding. That is, I think Senator Lewis talked about, Chapter 70 funding. That'll be about a little north of $12 million. That's a 24% increase in funding, in Chapter 70 funding for the last 5 years for Winchester. We increased the House goes first on the budget, then the Senate follows with their budget, but both chambers agreed to increase the per pupil funding to $160 per pupil, which is a record number, and well above what Governor Healy had recommended. So a great win on that end. We are moving up on UGA as well, and I know there's some consternation from the cities and towns, and I hear it, that local aid needs to be increased, the formula needs to be addressed. I look at it as, let's get as much as we can back for the town as possible, no matter what bucket it comes out of. So while I hear that the UGA funding, it's a tough acronym, but the local aid funding, the unrestricted local aid, we are doing our part, or trying to do our part where we can push in as much state aid as possible, whether it goes to Chapter 70, whether it goes to local aid, whether it comes to earmarks. And I think we've had a decent track record on that end. Since fiscal year 15, we've increased Winchester's local aid by approximately, or state aid by almost 50%, 46% in that time period. This past budget, I've gotten assurances from my colleague, the negotiator, the chief negotiator in the House, that the earmarks that we've secured are fine. The negotiation that's coming down to are about policy issues. So the earmarks and the financials are remaining where we hoped they would be, which means Winchester is going to receive $150,000 for first responder and dispatch communications. And I saw our great chiefs just joined us here from police and fire. We heard clearly from them that their equipment and their communications equipment was lacking. We, as a delegation, try to look at what we can take off the town's ledger. So whether it's from capital, whether it's long-term planning, we try to peck away where we can with earmarks to pull that back so that you get a little more relief and flexibility with what the town appropriates at town meeting. So $150,000 coming back for our police and fire for their dispatch and first responder communications. In addition to $50,000 to help Winchester Public Schools deal with the new changes to the literacy programming. We don't think it'll be that much, but we wanted to make sure we provided the state cushion so that it's not coming out of the bottom line from the town as well on that end. I think Senator Lewis may have covered this. We also pulled in a little north of $750,000 for Chapter 90 funding for our roads, which is a record number as well, and then another $200,000 in supplemental funding for Chapter 90, for our roads, for our bridges, for our infrastructure here in town in the SUP budget. And a lot of that supplemental budget was funded, the majority of it was funded from the Fair Share Amendment itself. So we looked, Massachusetts, as you may know, has a constitutional obligation to balance our budget. That means we are constantly reassessing where we are against benchmarks, whether receipts are higher, whether they're lower, we have to adjust as we go. That comes in the form of supplemental budgets. The Fair Share Amendment brought in a lot more than was projected, and so we've been pushing that back to the cities and towns through both education and transportation. So that was a nice occurrence where we were able to pull $200,000 back that we didn't expect for Winchester bridges and roads improvements. As we all know, they get torn up during our winters, so we're happy to be able to pull in on that end. The other piece on the Fair Share Amendment, the supplemental budget, is we secured $50,000 for local infrastructure improvements. That's, again, $50,000 to do as you will, where the DPW and others need to weigh in on infrastructure improvements, as well as $125,000 for drainage improvements. And we try to keep that broad so the town has flexibility in where to apply that money. I noticed on the agenda earlier that we had the $150,000 acceptance of that earmark we secured in last year's budget for Wedge Pond. The cautionary tale, and I know Town Manager Senior knows this, let us know and get moving on these quickly. If you don't use it, you lose it. And so we want to make sure that we're processing that on our end. On the state end, the legislature, the legislators can, put a bee in the bonnet and a boot in the rear end as needed with the A&F, with the governor's office about releasing those funds. There's some mechanics that go along with it. We have to expend the monies to do so. And so these monies are in the pipeline, but it took us almost a full year to get the Wedge Pond money back from the state. So please keep us in the loop as we go. If you're running into snags on the state level, we can certainly be helpful. The other piece, as you all know, is we got $250,000 earmarked for the Forest Ridge property. That's for the town to use if it moves forward in the acquisition in any shape of Forest Ridge. So that's sitting there available if that moves forward. And I know town meeting had a debate about that, and from what I've heard, you're going to revisit that discussion as well. So just so you know, that placeholder is out there as well from the state. Senator Lewis covered a few of the other bills that we're going through, but I will stop and turn it over to Rep. Sicolo at this stage and be happy to answer questions as we go forward. As I said, the budget should be finalized shortly. We'll be voting on that Wednesday. We'll have 10 days from the governor. I have not had, and I don't know if Senator Lewis or Rep. Sicolo have had any indications that there are 9C cuts on the table right now, but I will caution us that, as we all know, the federal government is a little bit volatile, to put it politely. There are monies being yanked back from the states. There are monies being distributed elsewhere. We are going to have to likely revisit this budget, as I mentioned earlier, to check with projections and actual revenues. And so this might be a budget in flux like we've never seen before, where we may have to go in more than once in the next fiscal year to adjust what is actually being collected here in Massachusetts and what the federal government is sending our way. Massachusetts spends the most per capita on money going out to the federal government. We are a donor state, and we are the top donor state in the United States, where we send more money per capita than any other state. We get back less. That's the way it is, and it's getting dramatically less because of what this administration is doing on their kind of witch hunt of punishing folks who may disagree with the administration. That's the reality of what we're dealing with right now. So it's more of a caution, heads up, that while these numbers look good right now, we are very well aware that they could change in a minute, particularly when it comes to cuts on Medicare waivers and different funding streams that we typically count on here in Massachusetts. So I guess good news on what we've been able to get done. Stay tuned on where this is going to look and what it's going to look like moving forward.
Is there any risk of some of the larger funding sources that come to the town? Obviously, the largest by far is Chapter 70. I think it's 12 million versus 1.5 or 2, right? So versus UGA. Is there any risk to that? The $160? No, that wouldn't be a 9C cut.
I would be no, it wouldn't be a 9C.
Can't be legally.
But
Okay.
There'll be other pots of money that will not impact that directly, but because that'll have to be paid, others might be disappearing. So when you're looking at what we can do for Chapter 90 next year, for example, that might drop precipitously. What we do for our social programming, for school meals, that might be on the chopping block. There are a lot of different programs. It's a domino effect when it comes down. Those numbers you can count on, but the others that we all rely upon to fund our towns as well are within the risk area if the rainy day scenario actually occurs. I will close with this, and I'll turn it over to Rep. Sicolo. We did not touch, nor the Senate nor the House touched the rainy day fund in anticipation of something like this happening. So we've got a fund in place that we can tap into should the sky actually fall and we have to deal with substantial federal cuts. Both chambers made a commitment not to touch that and to allow that to stay in place for that hopefully day that we don't have to deal with, where the emergency funding needs to be tapped into. So let me stop and turn over to Rep. Sicolo to share some news on a few different pieces of legislation.
Good evening, everyone. It's terrific to be here with you all. Most folks know that I represent Precinct 6 here in Winchester, and it's a real privilege to be part of this delegation with these fine gentlemen. And as I walked in this evening, I want to echo what a couple of my colleagues have just said about how impressive it is that you all volunteer the way you do for your community. It's a gorgeous evening, maybe one of the nicest evenings of the summer, and yet you're all inside giving your time, helping make this town run better. And I have an enormous respect for local government, having come up in it myself, decades in local government. I'm going to talk a little bit about the environmental bond bill tonight, which just passed the House last week. It's a large and comprehensive bill. Folks knew it as the Mass Ready Act when the governor first introduced it. It was then taken up by the Senate about 5 weeks ago now, perhaps. Hard to keep track of exactly when the Senate did it, but it's a sweeping piece of legislation that authorizes a slew of programs and also makes some policy changes that are important that I think you'll find interesting. Most bond bills are 5 years, and this is as well a 5-year bill, so programs that are created through this funding will be available for 5 years. And of course, with all bond bills, whether or not any of the funding is ultimately spent depends on the executive branch and the governor and her capital plan. So stay tuned to see what she programs from year to year in that capital plan in terms of the release of any individual funds or specific programs. But one of the things that I know that the municipalities care quite a bit about is the Municipal Vulnerability Preparedness Program, which was recapitalized, about $315 million for that, which I should also say, we don't have final numbers because the House and Senate, this bill is in conference at the moment. So the Senate number was perhaps higher in that line item. We'll see where we end up. The Water Pollution Abatement Trust also was recapitalized, $385 million for that. Clean Water Drinking Program and State Revolving Fund. And a new fund, $120 million for PFAS remediation, which is really important. Many communities in Massachusetts are struggling with PFAS water contamination, so that's really critical. $93.5 million for the inland flood and dam control projects. As we're seeing water rising in storms that are unprecedented, it's not just coastal communities that are experiencing hardship and flooding. We all know that inland, there's all kinds of ramifications to all of our local infrastructure, especially culverts and dams and other water infrastructure. So that's a really great program. The first extended producer responsibility program for mattresses was approved in this bill, and Chair Day, you may know, is a real champion of EPR legislation. He's got a very comprehensive bill that addresses EPR for more than just mattresses, but it was exciting to see the mattress recycling program go forward, especially because since it's no longer permissible to throw mattresses into the trash, this becomes a real burden for municipalities, and it's expensive, and we certainly want all of our residents to understand how and where they can recycle, and now that the manufacturers are responsible for a program to support that, that'll help take the burden off of municipalities. The bill includes policy related to night sky protection, so that we don't have dark skies, so that we do have dark skies and we don't have light pollution. So that's great in the bill as well. There's a new planning, testing, and reporting requirement for combined sewer overflows. Again, something that's been contaminating much of our water when our sewers surcharge in big storms, and that's something that we know we need to address here in the Commonwealth. Some reorganization of fish and game. Let's see. Trying to think what would be of most interest. Of course, the two Winchester earmarks, $752,000 for HVAC improvements in the Winchester Public Schools. That is a really exciting one. Hopefully help make the schools more energy efficient and support reducing costs for your utilities in the schools themselves. And $600,000 for vehicle charging stations for municipal and public use. As everybody's switching over to EVs, it's really important that we have adequate infrastructure for those vehicles to be hooked up and charged. So that's an exciting one as well. I want to also talk about the literacy bill. I believe both my colleagues have touched on it, but this is a really important and much-needed bill for Massachusetts. We know our students were slipping in their reading relative to national standards, and that's something we really cannot accept here in Massachusetts, which, we pride ourselves on having the highest quality education in the country, and students must learn to read at an early age. So the bill requires evidence-based reading instruction in kindergarten through third grade and provides funding. It requires DESE to come up with the curriculum itself so that it won't be a burden on schools that have to switch over to an all-new curriculum. There's also a waiver process if you need some extra time in implementing the transition. I think we should stop and let them answer questions. So, it's a great bill, and I'm thrilled to have been able to vote for it.
Okay. Well, thank you all. We really appreciate you coming and providing an update. And I know the last quarter of the year is quite a lot going on for all of you, and probably the last few days of the year are as well. So we appreciate that you are here with us tonight. I'll offer a few minutes for the board if there are any outstanding questions. And then we do have a hearing notice for 7:45, so I just want to keep us a little bit on track with the timing of that.
I just have one question about the literacy curriculum. We did a free cash article at Springtown meeting to purchase curriculum, and you said DESE has to provide curriculum, and that might be money. how will all of that play out?
It's up to the way it's written. We want to, while this is now a new statewide mandate, we wanted to still provide as much flexibility for individual school districts to make the decision that's right for them. So DESE, the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, will maintain a list of approved curricula that meet the standards in this legislation, which is the same basic standards that Winchester schools have been looking at for several years now. And if a Winchester schools or any other school district choose one of those curricula, they can certainly do so. Obviously, they would have to purchase it. In addition to that, the department will be developing and maintaining a curriculum that will then be made available, is required to be made available free of charge to districts. And so that will be another option that will be made available. You know, it's going to take a little while for DESE to flesh that out and develop it, although they have the beginnings of that curriculum already. So ultimately, Winchester's going to has made a decision, and there's no reason not to move forward with that. That's a very highly regarded curriculum that Winchester selected, and they're already down that road. And the money that town meeting provided, as well as state grants, you know, can help with that and the professional development. But ultimately, we wanted to provide as much flexibility as possible for districts.
Thank you.
Just that point, I reminded the folks listening, $50,000 earmark in this year's budget. Once, as town manager knows, once that money is expended by the town, you can grab that back from the state. So that would come back to the coffers.
Reimbursement.
For the town. Reimbursement, yeah.
Anthea, just comment. Only questions or comment? Okay.
You can make a comment.
Okay. So I've, you know, and Mike and I have talked about this a fair bit. I've talked about this with some of the candidates running for Senate. We have two, obviously, open Senate seats at the same time. You know, if you take a big step back, this is an incredibly helpful update, and I appreciate the legislature is doing all it can with all the turmoil from the federal government, right? Core income tax is probably slowing. Good thing, at least, the state income cut got kicked off the ballot by the SJC. But if you look at the history of the state, my best reading of it is when towns end up in these, when the bulk of the towns, as we are now, end up in these really tough circumstances, the state starts to think about like big picture reform. And so that's like sort of my just general observation to you. I mean, you look at post GFC, that's when a lot of the changes were implemented around health insurance, the GIC, giving select boards more authority over not just insurance of existing employees, but over OPEB changes. And so we're in a tough spot because even if you look at Governor Healy's Municipal Empowerment Act, a lot of those authorities benefit us only a little. We don't have a lot of hotels, a lot of restaurants, a lot of the things that might benefit a Woburn, for example. And so I just I wonder if that's a discussion at the legislative level of like, how, everyone talks about just give us more UGGA, but how do you also just give us more tools to solve some of this on our own? Local authorities, local options, select board authorities to try to grapple with these very large cost increases that vastly exceed Prop 2.5 plus new growth. Because that's, I mean, you hear it from all your towns, I'm sure, but that's where, basically all Greater Boston is. And I think you almost have to take a big step back and say, how do we really make these curves come closer together?
Paris, that's like a dissertation in response.
It's a comment. I'm not asking them to answer it right now. It's a comment to our delegation.
It was the same comment I wanted to make, where you guys do a fantastic job getting us, extra money here and there, and that's fantastic. But with the federal government becoming less and less reliable, you guys are working with a pie that's not getting much bigger, and you're, yes, in competition with every other town and community to help us get a bigger slice. But with the federal government no longer there, with the Massachusetts pie getting, more and more competitive, we have to take care of ourselves more and more. And we need help from the state to allow us to do that. So whether it's revisiting Prop 2.5 or attacking some of the biggest costs that we're facing, like health insurance and health care, we need more opportunities, more assistance, more work, more law being done up on Beacon Hill. Because you guys can't help us fund the town just by yourselves. We got to find some new ways of doing it ourselves in town here. So I would implore you to make that a big effort as the two of you continue, and you perhaps continue to be a squeaky wheel on behalf.
Yeah. Well, I'll just quickly comment. I know that you were both sharing and didn't necessarily looking for a response, but we wholeheartedly concur, right?
Yeah.
And we've seen this go in cycles, right, where municipal finances go through periods where they're particularly challenging. I think this has a lot to do with the years of high inflation that we had, and because of Prop 2.5, right? Municipalities are capped. But I will say the state legislature, is well aware of these issues and is trying to tackle them. I mean, healthcare is a good example. The state has we've taken my time in office, multiple runs, at trying to make major health system reforms. I'll admit, some of which have had very limited impact on the health system and on healthcare costs, some of which have had a pretty major impact, I think. But I'll give you the most recent example is the Senate debated and passed just 2 weeks ago a bill to overhaul how we provide access to primary care and prevention. Obviously, that's very important for all of us and our loved ones, right, to have access to primary care. But there's a bigger goal there, right? We spend way more on healthcare than any other advanced economy in the world, by far. A lot of that is due to the fact that we don't provide good basic care. So people's health problems get worse. They show up in an emergency room. We have people with chronic conditions that aren't being treated the way they should be. If we got a better handle on access to primary care so everyone could get the primary care they need when they need it and no one's worrying about paying for it, we wouldn't just see better health outcomes, we would also see health savings. And that's macro, but if we see health savings overall, then municipalities benefit from that, the state benefits from that, businesses benefit from that. So just one example, it is definitely the case that we are trying to tackle a lot of these cost drivers, whether they're in healthcare, whether they are in education, higher education, child care, or others as well. Which doesn't mean there's not more that can and should be done.
I'll just add briefly with respect to 2.5. That was passed by referendum back in the 80s as a way for the individual to say to my city or town, hold up, come back and ask for more money. And so I know this vote didn't go, this got rejected by the town. The other town I represent, Stoneham, rejected initially and then went to a lower number. 2.5 is exacerbated during inflationary periods, which we just had, coming out of COVID. We had supply chain problems. We had this spike in inflation that continues, given some of the federal government decisions that we're still dealing with. And so it becomes much more of an issue for us to fund our cities and towns, and for the cities and towns to fund themselves. The same token, it gives the keys to the individuals in the cities and towns to say, yeah, we want to fund these programs, or no, we're not ready yet. Come back and see us in a year. And so, the fundamental concept of 2.5 is go to your individuals and ask them if they want to spend the money from the city or town on that. Some say yes, some say no. Some, choose in between. So in that respect, that's what 2.5 is supposed to do. It is what it's doing. It hasn't been revisited since it was passed. So, it's certainly time to have another hard examination about whether it's really doing what we want it to do, whether we should have some sort of circuit breakers built into it, or whether there should be another popular referendum. Have a discussion about that. Those are all, balls in the air that we have to decide, certainly from the legislature, but also you're all dealing with that on a daily basis as well. But it's a point that we're certainly not ignoring on the state level, nor are you all, because we're all dealing with a lot of cities and towns in the same boat now that we're looking at these real pressures that are coming through.
Thank you, Anthony. I just want to say thank you to the delegation. Appreciate you coming, Representative Secola, Representative Day, Senator Lewis, and particularly to Senator Lewis. Best of luck to you. I don't know if you'll be back, as you said, but I've had the pleasure of working with you on a lot of projects over the years, and seeing you really work as an advocate for the town and a lot of the really tough ones, and had some tough meetings in Boston on the MBTA project. Certainly through that whole construction process, even a lot of complaining, and I think I haven't heard much since it's opened, so I think that's a good sign. It's great. I'm on it every day. The flood mitigation project was a a really difficult one to navigate through the legislature, and I think that you started really advocating for that as a rep, and then kept with it to the point where we're on the final project now. A huge success. It's a difficult thing to sell, and I think your deliberative style really helped with us there, and certainly we've gotten a little bit used to passing overrides to build schools, but that wasn't always the case, and I think that that was a lot of your advocacy as well, and certainly in partnership with our delegation. But just wanted to say thank you, the Tri-Community Bikeway. There's a lot of things that I think happened with your hard work, and I appreciated and learned a lot from you, and really enjoyed seeing you work with the legislature, and really have a great relationship with Senator Jalen and Rep Day and the rest of the partners. Despite Mike's outfit choices, you've done a really good job. What's going on? But yes, just wanted to say thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Let that influence how I feel about it.
Yes, you've overcome that, and you guys have managed to succeed. So thank you very much. We appreciate you coming here tonight. It's helpful for the community to have an update, and there's been a lot of issues that have been very public with the budget and everything, so it's helpful to get some clarification for the residents. Thank you very much. Thank you, Anthea.
I think he sneakily just put all tax increases in Winchester in their lap.
The only thing that I would comment on about your outfit choices are that you may not have anticipated the level of air conditioning or lack of it in this building, so I apologize for that, because I thank you very much for coming. You're welcome to stay. Feel free to take your suit jackets off if you are sitting in the audience, so that you don't
You just have a few more hours.
sweat through. We'll be here for a few hours. We also know, it is World Cup fever, and so we appreciate there's a game at Foxborough or Boston Stadium today, so we also appreciate that. There's probably things far more exciting than our select board meeting. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
So we will move. We have a public hearing scheduled for a Class 2 motor vehicle license change of ownership. We're going to do that, and then we'll get into the business section of our agenda. So I think, do we have the VJ Auto Group LLC? Come on up.
Any seat, maybe near a microphone.
Great, welcome. We had so many donations on our agenda for today that I'm just trying to pull up your information where we have it lined up. So if you want to introduce yourself, let us know about the change of ownership for 802 Main Street.
Yep. So my name is Vianda Lucio de Conceição, and I am joining the previous Boston, used to be Boston Prime Auto, so it's just have, a different place in Saugus now, and it's taking all his attention over to that place. So this is, you might have noticed it's kind of left, kicked to the curb a little bit. So, I made a deal with them to join them and run the place as a partner.
Sorry to interrupt. If you could just pull the microphone a little bit closer,
Sure.
for you, just because they don't hear it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Should I repeat?
No, you're fine. You're fine. Thanks, sorry.
That's basically.
Great. So this is, we do have a public hearing, so is there anyone in the audience who's here for comment? I see none. Okay. Any questions from our select board on the transfer of ownership?
And staff has approved the transfer and with everything. Everything is okay, Chris?
Yes.
Yes.
And everything, hours of operation remains the same. It's
Yes.
just technically ownership.
Yes.
Okay.
Then I'll make the motion to grant the change of ownership for the.
Do we have to close the hearing first and then make the motion? So, yeah. So we'll close the public hearing. Now you can go.
I'll make the motion to grant the change of ownership for the Class 2 motor vehicle license at the VJ Auto Group LLC located at 802 Main Street as applied for by the applicant. Second.
Any additional deliberation? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Thank you.
Good luck. Good luck.
All right. So just, we have some staff in the room, so I just want to confirm if we should take our staff, or shall we'll do the committee and commission appointments? So Patty, we'll do committee and commission appointments for capital first, if you want to let Sarah know, and then Olga, come on up. So we have 2 applicants for the capital planning committee. We have Olga Lane and then Sarah Jones-Durati. Sarah had reached out to us because she is out of town, so we're going to have her call in. So Olga, welcome. If you could take a couple of minutes, introduce yourself, so your name, your address, and then why we have your application and why you're interested in the capital planning position.
First of all, I'd like to say thank you for giving us opportunity. This is actually a very informative meeting, and I'm super thrilled. My name is Olga Lane. I live on 23 Yale Street in Winchester, Massachusetts. I've been here for many years, over decades. So my kids went through this public school system, so a lot what's talking today really resonates with me. And the reason why I'm here is that I would like to give back to this community. I have previously helped on raising the startup and growing it, so modeling cash flows, weighting the trade-offs, building evaluations is something that I've done with before, as well as very recently I have completed my master's degrees at Georgetown, which actually have refined that skills on the finance and modeling and the project evaluation as well. So I would like to give back to the community as well.
Thank you. Questions from the board for Olga?
In your professional work, have you done any sort of large-scale capital projects or managing capital budgets or investments of sort of infrastructure improvements?
Not infrastructure improvements, but in the company that I worked with, there were obviously a growth trade-offs that I would need to evaluate the opportunities, including what does it take time-wise, capital commitments, and the timing of it as well.
Okay.
Very recently, I have done a couple projects that are in the government space, but in the public sector, where I have pulled up a lot of procurement data and mapped up the 5-year spend to give those numbers, have them speak to make the decision.
Great. Thank you.
Sure.
First off, I'm always happy to see a fellow Georgetown grad. So,
Hoya Saxa?
Hoya Saxa. My question, though, is you have some amazing skills here, and I definitely want to get them to work for the town. What is it about the capital planning committee that drew your interest? Because we have lots of other committees. Michelle loves the audit committee. The finance committee is a very important one as well, where someone with your background could have a huge positive impact, but you chose capital. So why?
Great question. Well, capital is where the town's long-term objective have to go with the financial capabilities. And that's what I think is going to be the trade-offs are really important, to have a clear picture which way it needs to go and have the public to have very clear understanding what does it imply and have a sort of ability to make that decision as informed.
And now you make me think of the long-term financial planning committee that we just created. So,
did I step too far?
No. You're just, again, proving yourself an asset that we have to make sure we take use of. So, but those are all my questions for now.
Mike Paris?
Nothing right now. I might have a question in a moment, though.
Nothing right now. Just thank you very much for your willingness to serve the community. As Bill mentioned, certainly can fill multiple roles that we need in the town with your skill set. It's one that we don't always have in certain strategic areas. So thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Give Sarah a call.
Hi, Sarah, hold on. You're live on the select board meeting, and Anthea is going to speak.
All right. Hi, Sarah. You are at the table now. Let us know if you can't hear any of us as we ask you questions, or if you get strange microphone feedback. So we're doing our interviews for the Capital Planning Committee. If you could introduce yourself, your address in Winchester, and why you're interested in joining Capital Planning.
Absolutely. Thank you all for the opportunity to talk with you tonight. I'm really excited about this opportunity. My name is Sarah Jones-Girardi. I live at 14 Winthrop Street in Winchester, and I'm a kind of a lifelong resident. I was raised in Winchester and have returned to town. I raised my family in Winchester. And I've taken the opportunity to serve on several boards in town while I've been living there, including actually on the Capital Planning Committee back in the late aughts, early teens. And I felt like that was such an important committee in town. And I know a lot has changed in the past 15 years, and I'd love the opportunity to dive back in and continue that work.
Great, thank you. Questions from the board? I'm just going to start, so we'll go Michelle, Bill, Paris, Mike, Sarah, just to give you a heads up because you can't see us.
Sarah, hey, it's Michelle. Question for you, maybe going back to your time on Capitol with maybe the VO project, but what would you say is sort of like the most important project you were involved with Capital Planning, and what did you learn from it?
Hi, Michelle. That's a great question. When I started on Capital, I think it was 2008, it was early days of capital planning and building stabilization fund and the capital stabilization fund. We were, I won't say rich with money, but we were more prioritizing projects than we were triaging. I think one of the ones that made such a great impact, and it took many, many years, was the flooding mitigation project that we, kind of started in that phase and are just kind of finishing now. I think that's had long-range implications both financially for the town and obviously for the residents who live near flooding areas. One of the things I loved about that project was that it solved an immediate problem, and I think it also helped us mitigate risk over the long term.
Thank you.
Sure thing.
Sarah, this is Bill McGonigal. I also saw in your application that you have history on the school committee, and you were the chair of the school committee for some period of time. How is your history and background working with other boards and committees around town going to impact your ability on the capital planning committee?
Hi, Bill. One of the most important things I found working on school committee was that we don't work in a silo. And I think we were at our most effective when we collaborated with all of the other boards in town. We spent many, many hours, as you guys do now, working with the select board, the capital planning committee, finance committee. And I think we were effective at that time because we took the time to understand each other's perspectives, collaborate, and didn't always get where we needed to go, but we certainly understood why we got to where we needed to be. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
Paris, do you have any questions?
I don't. Thank you.
Thanks, Cynthia. Hey, Sarah, this is Mike Betancourt. Thank you for your application, and certainly you've been very involved over the years. As far as our capital planning process, as a town long time, is there anything that we can do to communicate our needs and investment better to the community?
Oh, I love that question. I think you have heard long and loud through this override process of the State of the Town Committee. You are working so hard to communicate with the people in town about the needs, about where we stand as a town, where we'd like to go. I really appreciate all of your outreach efforts, and the capital is yet another piece of that puzzle that the more we can't communicate enough about it. I think one of the interesting things about capital is that it can be a little maybe intimidating in some ways and dry in some ways. Getting people to understand the different buckets of funding, the enterprise funds versus the building stabilization versus capital stabilization, it feels like it could be amorphous, and I love the opportunity to have ways to help boil that down into a more palatable way for people to understand who don't have the time necessarily to dig into all of the details. I'm a teacher by profession, so these are things I love to do.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. This is Anthea. Just a sort of quick question to wrap you up is you've, we know you've had quite a bit of involvement with the town, and we know you now as a town meeting member. So I guess the question I have for you is, like, why is it capital that drew your interest to come back to at this time versus our favorite audit advisory committee, as we joke about, but versus, maybe some of the other volunteer opportunities?
Sure. Thanks for that. When I served on the school committee, as you guys know, you end up sitting on a number of other committees, either as an active member, or listening member, or reporting member. And I think one of the ones, probably the one, obviously, that really stuck with me the most was capital. It is such an important part of all of the pieces of the puzzle of the town that I don't think gets enough, doesn't get enough credence. There's just so much to it, and so many intricacies. I'm kind of a data nerd. I loved when we got to go through, the salt shed, or climb around the truck in the DPW yard, wander through the carriage house. I love the kind of see, touch, and feel of all of that. Partnered with the kind of the weighing of the needs. There's an unending number of needs in town, and balancing those priorities I found very fulfilling, to find ways to balance priorities, not being able to do everything all at once, but strategically plan for the future.
Great. Thank you, Sarah.
Sure thing.
Folks, I just want to ask of the board, do you anticipate having any additional questions of either applicant? Or, as you mentioned earlier, you might, but...
No, I'm okay.
So Sarah, we're kind of, if you want to try to listen in, we might sort of put the phone to the side and ask you to go on mute if you don't mind that while we deliberate, or you're welcome to tune in on WinCam as well.
Okay, thank you. I will mute myself now.
Okay.
Thanks so much for the opportunity.
Thanks, Sarah.
She'll be here. She'll be here.
Okay. All right. I feel like this month we have been lucky to have really excellent applicants for the positions that we posted. So I think we have two great candidates for capital at the table. If folks want to start some discussion.
You're right. It is only more difficult when we have nothing but qualified applicants. Part of what's in my head is not just who we're putting on the capital planning committee, but who's being replaced, and that we're replacing Roger McPeak, who has been on capital for longer than I can count, and that has created somewhat of a younger capital planning committee than we've had in the past, for better or for worse. I think both of these applicants have the skill sets that we need to continue with a capital planning committee that we can trust, and that's going to work great. But one thing that Sarah has is a familiarity with the process and the committee itself, having been on it back in 2008 or so, and all the personalities around town, which is something I think capital does have to juggle a little bit. I have absolutely no trouble with Olga, and I said it before and I'll say it again. I would really like to see her apply for FinCom or long-term financial planning or one of those committees where we need some more people as well. And there's a larger number of applicants or people on the board, on those boards already, that can help someone brand new to the town financial planning kind of get up to speed and really get deep in lots of things. But right now, when it comes to capital, being a smaller committee, being one that has a lot of personality to manage, and replacing someone like Roger McPeak, who is irreplaceable, I feel more comfortable with somebody with a little bit more experience about how the town here works, and already cognizant that the capital process needs to be amended.
I could go either way on this. Candidly, I may abstain. I think there are, though I may vote, we'll see. I think there's real value in bringing a new perspective, to our capital process. I like that that Olga has some really strong quantitative skills in financials. And is unfamiliar, frankly, with the history of why certain assets have been treated the way they are, because I think when you come at it from a fresh perspective, you question, in a productive way, some of the judgments that we've made, or the town has made, not necessarily like us as a group here of 5, but like the town over decades has made, and I think that's a valuable thing. That said, I appreciate that Sarah served on this committee at a time where the institutional knowledge of the committee has been in pretty sharp decline for a 3-year period. We had Jimmy, and then we had Helen, and then we had Roger come off basically all 3 of our at-large appointees in a 3-year period of time. It's like 1.5-year period of time, actually, right? Like January of 25 through now. And so that is a real loss to our knowledge of our assets. So I can sort of go either way. I think that it depends what we want to do at this moment with this appointment. Our other 2 at-large appointments. One of them's here, who's the chair, who obviously has a tremendous amount of experience in town broadly. Couple years capital, though I think previously had been on capital, or has it just been 2 years?
Yeah, year and a half.
Year and a half, okay. So, but a lot of other experience, EMC, FinCom, et cetera. We have somebody who's newer to it. And so the question is, what do we want to do with our 3rd seat in the context of the other appointees, right, from FinCom and from school committee and from planning board? It's not an easy one on this one.
I appreciate, Paris, yours and Bill's point. I think Sarah's experience, that was, flood mitigation was a big deal in 2010 and 2008, and I remember I was living here when everything's flooded, one of the times everything flooded. I think, and institutional knowledge is important. I think Enzo has that as the chair now, having been, I think he's got a good familiarity with the process, having been on FinCom's rep to Capital and now on Capital for a year and a half. So I'm not sure we don't replace Roger McPeak with anybody other than Roger McPeak. But I'm not sure we have such an information gap to fill. We have some experienced people from FinCom. Richard Rohan is still sitting on Capital. Jerry Sheehan is still sitting on Capital Planning. But both candidates are great. So I'm not necessarily as swayed that it's a information deficit that's solved from, 13 years ago's experience. However, I appreciate Sarah's interest, and I think she'd do a great job. So I'm kind of with Paris in that the fresh perspective to say what needs to change. Why do we do it this way? I mean, I signed up for capital because I want to understand how we do it this way, why we do it this way myself.
Can I ask a question? I'm not going to give another comment for others. Can I ask a question, Tammy? What is you're the new town manager, CIP is your product. We can talk about the charter. It gives it more to you, candidly. How are you going to approach it? Because I think that would inform how I might vote in terms of, like, do you plan to do much more than previous town managers as it relates to which articles are going forward, or that would just be helpful.
So one of the first conversations I had with Enzo, and we talked the minute he became the chair, and again, I got to work with Roger at Peak for a hot minute, so, is he said, hey, are you going to prioritize projects? I said, yes, we are. We're going to come to you with a list and say, these are the way we want to do it. Obviously, they're going to vet it and kick things around too, but I think it's important for town staff, again, me not being by myself, but, obviously with everyone around the table, we've been meeting for a couple of weeks already about this internally, to really kick the tires and say, well, what are the priorities, and what do we, from living it every day, and give that to the committee. So that's where we're starting from, is this perspective of really looking at it intensely internally, and then giving the capital a ranked list from the beginning. Now, they can have their own opinions on it, but we want to start from that perspective. And we've given it a hard look and said, here are the rankings, here is what we think are the top projects. Does that answer your
That's
question?
helpful.
That's helpful.
Any additional comments? Is anyone ready to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll just weigh in if I can.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate my colleagues having a difficult time with this one. I don't look at it as we're replacing anyone. As Michelle said, Roger is a difficult person to replace, but he was new at some point as well, and we've made a commitment to have limits on our committees, so we do bring in some new voices and some new folks. On the other hand, having someone like Sarah, who has experience with capital, with the schools, which bear a lot of our capital needs, as well as being a longtime committed town meeting member, somebody who's very active there. It's two very different skill sets, but both are, I think, necessary for us to have a successful capital plan and to support the capital improvement plan with the town manager. And I see a lot of that is communication as much as it is technical knowledge and strategy. And so I balance both those. That's why I'd asked that question in particular to Sarah. I think she has that experience. But whichever volunteer we go with, I do think it is our responsibility to move quickly with engaging the other in some other role in the community that is needed. We certainly have a lot of spots to fill, and we would not be doing our job if we turned someone away for good. So thank you.
You're the only one who hasn't spoken.
I echo everybody's comments. I think, Sarah really brings a lot of background, experience with capital and with our schools. We, have been sort of feeling like we're making very difficult decisions, and we only have one person who can be appointed to a board recently, and I think there is a lot of value, however, in bringing someone new to capital and getting people engaged with the process that I've been on the select board for 4.5 years, that at times has felt sort of very hard to, see what's behind the curtain. And there is certainly some value in, kind of as Michelle mentioned, bringing, new people into the fray. And it's also at times helpful when that happens that someone takes a look and says, oh, this is interesting. You know, what if we thought about doing it this way? So, which is to say, I think either applicant would be excellent in the position, and either applicant also, I think, could serve the town well in other positions. So to whoever we do appoint and whoever we don't appoint, I really hope that you'll take a look either. I know we have the long-term financial planning posting that's open, but also at just the other volunteer positions in town to be able to, you know, commit time to the town and to support us in the variety of things that we have, that we rely on volunteers to help us with.
If I heard all 5 of us say that these are both qualified and excellent applicants, I think I heard 3 people put an emphasis on getting new perspective into the capital planning committee. So it's, from what I'm reading between the lines here, is that there seems to be a preference towards Olga. And for that matter, I'll make the motion to appoint Olga Lane to the capital planning committee for the term expiring on January 1st, 2027, which means we'll be back doing this again in 6 months.
Second. 6 months, really?
That says 6 months.
Yeah, he just came off
I
a
was
bit
just
early.
kind of processing.
I do think, you know, perhaps the board, and it's really the 4 of you, because I think you'll, unless you guys decide to call a special election, it'll be the 4 of you who decide, should potentially think about communicating if you're, you know, gonna extend the appointment, assuming things are going fine. It may be hard for somebody to just sign up for 6 months, learn the entire ranking process on the fly.
Yeah, so typically,
which is occurring right now, and then like not know if they're even going to get to do it again next year. So it's really for the 4 of you to make that statement if you choose to. I would suggest, if you're willing to, it may be a helpful comment.
It's actually, you raise a point that was raised by Mr. McPeak when he stepped down.
Correct.
Why he stepped down when he did.
Yes.
The appointment for the capital planning committee is not timed at the most opportune point in the calendar year. We are appointing people right in the middle of the process when, in a sense, somebody else has done all the pre-work, and now that somebody else has to carry it across the finish line. I don't know if that's something that we can change easily, but I think there's many other appointments like that too.
But all this individual is really going to be able to do this year, they'll get a vote because they just get a vote.
Yeah.
They're really not going to be able to do much more than learn and listen. Like, and they get
10 fall town meeting.
and attend fall town meeting, but like they're not going to be a substantive contributor more than likely. Given, I mean, Enzo, when does the process start?
Starts like next week. Yeah.
There you go. Starts next week for those watching at home. Like,
Starts Wednesday, Enzo.
yeah. So like, I just,
Wednesday.
for somebody, you're basically right now we're basically appointing somebody to like be the auditing the class almost, right?
Yeah. It's an introduction lesson for one of these two. At least for Olga. Sarah's had it before.
Yeah, so Paris, I think what you are suggesting is that potentially we change the length of the term.
To next June.
Or the board.
We can't do that.
I don't think you can.
do that.
But the board maybe should communicate if there are 3 or 4 votes of the 4 of you, excluding me, that you intend to extend it. That's maybe more what I'm saying.
I won't do that. Okay.
Yeah, I understand that position. I think typically we, at the time of the reappointment, the process has been to ask the applicant if they are interested in being reappointed.
Yep.
And we consider their service to the town in that role as part of the reappointment.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
So
I
we don't-
appreciate what Paris is saying. I mean, I think that's this happens a lot with us, right? And we try to either add another position on where we can to get good volunteers in, or we try to communicate our commitment to them. But it is difficult. I do think both of these applicants could jump in and be engaged right away and learn and contribute, and so we're lucky in that way. So and there are also people that are, I think sometimes when we do have new people come in that are engaged and have fresh legs, other volunteers that have been sitting, on the committee for a while say, hey, like maybe I'll step aside. I've been here for, 10 years, right? And so I think that naturally seems to happen, and we don't lose people as much. But it is, a difficult problem that we face when we have great applicants like this. So I certainly understand what Paris is saying.
I mean, I think within the past 3 weeks, we have a whole separate board of applicants who we haven't been able to appoint. Who could just, I'm not advocating for starting another committee, but you certainly could with the number of people who we've unfortunately not been able to see.
I think we have a motion in a second. I'm ready to vote.
Yeah, so we have a motion that's seconded to appoint Olga Lane to the Capitol. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right, so thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Olga. Olga, congratulations. Patty is going to follow up with you by email on what the next steps are.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right.
Meeting's on Wednesday.
Thank you, Sarah. Have a good night.
Wednesday, we'll give you the details.
Now you got two Hoyas to deal with.
All right.
Hoya too.
Anne, do you want to come up? We're going to do the...
That's terrible. That's
The bands. So, Bill, you have what you need for this, right?
Yes, I have the motion language.
Okay.
Don't be offended.
Hi, Ann Gill, Treasurer Collector, Town of Winchester. Tonight you have a lot to sign. I think I counted 30 signatures for each of you, and Bill, you get 33.
Yes, I have it right here.
So I did prepare a memo tonight, just reviewing the issuances, and I'm glad to just read it out loud for the audience. So the first one is the taxable band Series A. This is Washington Swanton, which my understanding is we're close to a closing, but it just wasn't in time. So we did have to issue another ban. The ban will come due in March, so my understanding is everything should be a done deal by then. Band Series B, which consists of, I'm sorry, I did not say the amount, $4,050,000. Coupon rate, 5%. The net interest cost, 4.9869. Band Series B, Woodside Road Pumping Station, $1,500,000. Cumbridge Street Water System Improvement Renewal, $800,000. Town Hall and Library Clock Tower. This is new for this band, $2 million, totaling 4.3. Coupon rate 4%. Net interest cost 2.9599. The bond that we issued this year is a 15-year bond. It includes Woodside Road Pumping Station engineering, $150,000, South Reservoir Dam improvements, $6 million, and the Lynch Elementary School traffic improvements, $2.5 million. Total of the bonds are $8.65 million. The total interest cost, 3.048587%. And I ask you to all please kindly sign.
Thank you.
Any questions or discussions before I? Nope. All right, then I'll make the motion that the Select Board approve the votes as described in the certificate prepared by Bond Counsel and provided to the Select Board for approval.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Anne.
Thanks, Ann.
Did we want to do the? Yeah. So we're gonna skip a little bit. We're just gonna take the Cross Street Bridge project first, and then we'll come back to the residential tax exemption. Welcome. If you just want to, you have a microphone, good. Go ahead and introduce yourself. You have the slides, so you should be able to navigate those either with a mouse or with the keyboard.
Hi, folks. Just checking the mic. Sounds like it's working. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having us. My name is Adam Kamoun. I work in the General Manager's Office, handling municipal and state affairs. I'm joined tonight by my project manager, Joe Chapega. I worked on pronouncing that. So, and then our senior director for capital delivery, George Kober as well. Joe's going to go over a few slides detailing some work that we have to do on an MBTA asset, and then we'll open it up for questions at the end.
All right. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Select Board, for having us tonight. So I'll go through these slides. Adam has already gone through the introductions here, so our agenda will be show you the location plan. We won't spend a lot of time on that. I think you all know where the bridge is. The existing bridge conditions, our proposed preservation and maintenance, our anticipated schedule, the traffic control that we worked out. Once we get to that point, I'm going to turn it back over to Adam to talk about our public outreach with the town and all the constituents, and then we'll open it up for questions to the floor. So here we are, Cross Street Bridge. Everyone knows where that is. All right. So we have a relatively low clearance bridge. There are actually two separate bridges, each having two main girders and two stringers carry the track loading. The roadway width is very narrow, 22 feet, and the bridge is built on some concrete and stone masonry substructure that's in pretty decent shape despite how badly it looks. So here are some existing conditions that I'd like to point out why we actually have to come out and do an urgent repair. Back in the early fall of last year, this bridge was inspected and it was discovered that the anchor bolts, as you see here, are either missing or have completely sheared off. Some have come out and the bearing plate is actually rotated out, so you can see here that the actual bridge beam is only sitting on half of a bearing. We capture things like this all the time on our system bridges. We go out every 2 years, things are fine. We come back 2 years later, we find a condition like this, and it prompts us to do sometimes an emergency repair. In this case, we're lucky we can still run regular service. We've been monitoring the situation, and here we are today presenting in front of you to stop repairs on this bridge in about 2 weeks. So here's what some of the bridge repairs will look like when we're out there. We're going to close one lane of the roadway under the bridge and have alternating traffic. So we'll have one lane, we'll have a work area protected by barrier, and when we repair those anchor bolts and those bearings, we're going to put up some bridge shoring here, which you can see in a cross-sectional view, and here in a plan view, what that's going to look like. And we're going to do one bridge at a time, one side at a time. The reason for that is, in order to do this, we have to do this work under a no live load condition. If we were to try to do this with trains running on it while we do this, the shoring becomes an order of magnitude of 9 or 10 times larger than this, and the schedule would be a lot longer than what we have here, and we would still have the same traffic situation. So we chose this option as the better option, the least amount of impact to the town. Move on to the next slide. So our anticipated duration is 90 days. When we made this slide, our anticipated start date was late July after the World Cup. So we've nailed that down to July 19th, which is the last day of the World Cup. We wanted to start this work sooner. We were mandated by the governor that we couldn't do any work unless it was an emergency that could impact the system and the World Cup. So we were kind of handcuffed by that. So with that, 90 days lands us in mid-October. And again, we're going to do alternating one-way traffic, which looks something like this. In the phase that we are repairing the south side, we have to close the western driveway of the soccer club, and that's to maintain worker safety and safety of vehicles entering and exiting this soccer club. And the soccer club entrance, along with this northwest driveway and this southwest driveway, which we're not sure it's a driveway or a street, will be controlled by temporary traffic signals, and that's how the traffic will alternate back and forth. Now, we have been working closely with the soccer club on changing some things for their internal circulation. Chris was out there with us the other day. Matt Schumann, I believe we met, was it Friday? Friday we met with the soccer club a second time. We had a meeting with them this morning, and they seem to be satisfied with the concessions that we're going to give them to help them manage the traffic. After we do that side, we are going to move our traffic control over to the other side. Actually, the phasing is a little different here than what we're actually going to do, but this is what it would look like when we're doing repairs and painting to the north side. It'll still be the same traffic setup for the signals on both sides. We'll have alternating traffic on the southern lane, and this driveway will still be closed to the public. We are going to maintain this access for the Morocco Culvert project in each phase, regardless of which one it is. I know the last one had barrier, but we're prepared to move that barrier when that project needs to get in and out of that access. We are meeting with them on Wednesday, Chris, in their normal meeting to start that coordination with them. So that's kind of the project in a nutshell. We have to do the bearing and the anchor bolt replacements. We have 4 weekend outage schedules, and what that means is we're going to take one of our tracks out of service for a weekend, and that's how we're going to work on that particular part of the bridge without having it under live loads. We have 4 of those weekends scheduled, 2 tracks, one side each, and we have 1 contingency weekend in case something happens and we don't get to finish the work on one weekend. So a total of 5 weekends, but we don't anticipate using that 5th weekend. We don't have any reason to believe that we won't meet the schedule. It's actually, we're thinking more along the lines of like 75 to 80 days, but we don't want to say 75 to 80, come in at 90, and you told us it was going to be 75, so we're, full disclosure, we're going to try to under-promise and over-deliver.
Can I ask just a quick question on this visual?
Sure.
Is where that double arrow is that the car traffic, and then pedestrian traffic is right above
Yes,
that?
I would like to mention that too. In both phases, we are maintaining safe pedestrian traffic between each side of the bridge. So at no point in time will we not have something open to the public. When we're deploying traffic, if someone needs to get by, we'll either have a detail officer or we'll have whoever needs to get through while we're working. We walk them through the work zone safely. But once we're in place, there's always a safe route for pedestrians. And I'm going to hand it over to Adam now to explain our public outreach.
Thank you, Joe. So a couple things on public outreach. One, we're going to flyer the abutters. We have a list of folks. Those mailers should have already gone out.
Got 'em.
And then secondly, we're going to have an engagement email there on the flyer as well. So if there's any questions regarding or any complaints regarding any noise or the type of work that we're doing, anything that pops up during the duration of the project, we want those questions to come to us, not the select board or the town. This is our project. We know how to address some of those directly. We don't want you guys stuck with some questions that folks might have during the duration of it. We also want to, during the duration of the project, if there's any work happening on the weekends or late at night, that's something that we want to address and try to get the word out to folks as soon as possible. Two more things. One, we're working with the town on digital boards, making sure that folks are aware that this project is coming up. And then last but not least, I think we were working with the town on doing a reverse 911 for folks in the area as well. So kind of a robust program. We would have done more. It's just emergency work. It's something that we want to kind of address sooner rather than later. But we also want to maintain ongoing communication with the town, realizing that this area is pretty sensitive. There's been a lot of projects in the area. Just being responsive as fast as we can and maintaining that regular communication. So with that, I think that's the end of our presentation.
So that's it. So questions for the team?
questions I have.
Will this do anything for the sidewalk on the northern side of that sidewalk is extraordinarily narrow?
We don't have any plans to address that. That's going to remain in place. I mean, in order to do that, we would have to build an entirely new bridge and widen the roadway. And
yeah, I figured.
2 questions. What are the hours of operation outside of your planned weekend closures?
so we are right now planning to work a regular shift during the day, 7:30 to 3, Monday through Friday. If we need to adjust those times because of school bus traffic, once we get into that, we've already had those discussions with the town and public safety. I think his name is Frank Batchelor. We've spoken with him. We've spoken with the police chief. So we're aware that we may have to pivot a little bit here and there. We're hoping that we don't have to work nights. It's better for our crews to work days, but if something happens where our presence out there is better for public safety, we're fully prepared to go work nights.
Okay.
So there's no, we're never going to work nights. If we have to, we're definitely going to do it. That's better for...
And you'll let us know so we can let folks know?
Yep, absolutely.
Yep, and I assume you've talked with the manager around, lay down space and other sort of, if you need access to your equipment, all those details, parking, traffic safety, those are all.
Yeah, so to cover traffic safety, we're committed to, as Chris knows, we're going to play that by ear as far as traffic detail officers as needed. If the town feels that there's more needed, we're prepared to pay for whatever's needed. If we need 2, 3, 4 details, depending on our operation, that's always going to be safety is going to be first.
Okay.
And traffic management. Laydown space, we are working with the soccer club to get some laydown space in their property, and we've already talked with Matt as well. There's a small lot, and Matt, I absolutely keep forgetting where this is, but we're going to utilize that town lot for parking and the old transfer station for contractor parking as best we can, and minimize any at-site contractor parking. We may have 1 or 2 vehicles, like the foreman vehicle that kind of needs to stay close, and that's about it. All the workers are going to be somewhere else during the project.
Be sure they are, because if they're not, you'll be hearing from us.
Oh, they'll be towed.
Because we'll be hearing from them.
Yeah.
Last question is signal boards. I realize it's July 19th, you said, I think you start?
Yes.
If you could put those boards up, I don't know how many days in advance of that. So obviously it's too premature to put up tomorrow, but Cross Street Bridge, one-way traffic will begin on this date. And, let's get that messaging out as people are going away for a week and coming back from vacation, and all of a sudden their streets down to 1. Monday. Okay. So
our contractors,
12, 13 days notice.
Yeah, coordinating with Matt as well to go out and make sure the locations that we place these boards are to the satisfaction of the town. So basically you tell us where you want them and we're going to go put them out there. And we have a message, but if you'd like to change the message, we'll message whatever you'd like.
Probably not.
Mike?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for taking care of this. Those pictures are unsettling at best, to be honest with you. And so,
people over there,
and we're not always,
yeah, you do.
In agreement on things here, but we appreciate the T's attention to safety here. And I know there's probably a fine line between urgent and emergency, and I know. We're all World Cup fans here, but it's. I'm glad that it won't be too much delayed, as the project, because it does seem like it kind of tilts a little bit towards more than urgent from my perspective, seeing that there. So, but
we're trying to avoid that emergency situation because that means we have to just go, and any inconvenience we cause to other people is just, well, that's just too bad. This is an emergency.
Yep.
We're trying to avoid that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
That's why we're calling it an urgent repair.
Yes, yeah. No, I appreciate the attention, and this is a lot to come up with in a short amount of time for you guys. So we appreciate that, and working with the soccer club, and as some others were saying, it's a heavily trafficked area, and a lot of foot traffic as well as car traffic as well. So, kids in the summer using the playgrounds, using the facilities. facilities, using the park there. So we appreciate it, and please let us know if there's anything that we can do. We're happy to help, so thank you.
Yeah, just like communication is going to be key. We've put together an emergency list, Matt, and I believe, Chris, you may even have that by now, emergency contact list. So if our project's not staffed for whatever reason, something happens, you guys don't like something, there's a list. My phone number's at the top of the list. When my work scope is going on, this phone is on my bedside table. My wife just loves it. But that's my job. So if you don't get me, you'll get Aiden. He's the other project manager for the contractor. We both pretty much fight over who's going to get the phone calls first, believe it or not. George, he'll also have his phone. He's my senior director, so if he gets the phone call, I'm in trouble because that means I didn't do my job. Any other questions that I can answer for
Do
you?
you have any questions?
No, not for these guys.
I have a couple. So, while the Cross Street Bridge has been there, you may not know some of the history of the neighborhood. And we had a very long road project on Cross Street. And some of the some of the questions sort of alluded to that, but a couple of the things that the town and our utilities learned during that time was that more information for us is really always better, and also more information for the community. So if you've worked with Matt and Chris on the list of abutters, I think making sure that it includes all of the businesses going up Cross Street towards town, as well as the businesses going up Holden Street in the other direction, because those have many of them serve families and kids in the community who are coming from all over Winchester. So if they know there's a swim, if Little Flippers knows that there's going to be construction, they can communicate that to the people who are coming for swim lessons, so that they know to leave extra time in their commute and not, cause them frustration. It sounds like maybe Cross Street got a flyer, but got a mailing, but just to confirm that some of the side streets did as well.
Happy to take both of those. I think the outreach piece, that's a really good one regarding the businesses and letting them know to allow for extra time. And then we can also expand our reach to make sure more folks are getting some of our flyers, and then also posting something online as well for folks to kind of access without physically needing to receive something. So absolutely.
And then when school starts up again, due to its location, it's kind of hard to know if you don't know, but that's a pretty common path to crossing the street to get to the elementary school. That's on the other side of the water, on the other side of the soccer club. So making sure that, especially in the morning hours, probably having the police detail in the vicinity.
So they cross Cross Street right there at the
They
soccer
cross
club?
where there's that crosswalk at Cross Street, so the
Bike path is, and they go.
Okay.
and cross at the bike path.
Yeah, we can
Yeah, that's something
take a look at that when the time
You have the
comes.
speed bumps there, so a lot of people cross. Kids coming to Morocco cross.
Okay.
in presenting this to the town and to the delegation, both points were raised. So it's something that's top of mind for us. Kind of just flips the switch when we start the school year. There's a different type of traffic, increased traffic, and it's also being mindful that there's children as well. So top of mind for us as well.
December 2nd, first day of school.
Yeah. If we just had the last day of school, it's comes around real quick. One question you asked about overnight work. How much noise do you expect it'll be? Are you you're not drilling necessarily, right? You're lifting or?
We are drilling.
You're not drilling into the ground.
We're drilling into the concrete abutment, so we have to put in new anchor bolts. So those drills are relatively quiet. They're actually core drills. It's not like
You're not jackhammering.
not driving piles or anything like that. So if the Morocco culvert job's working when we're working, they'll be the ones making the noise for sure. But we do have some steel work that every now and then, might be some noise. But again, we're trying to do all this work during the day and be cognizant of that. No one likes to hear that stuff at night.
Yep. And then the last question, I think, is something that came up, right? We know that it is a precariously low bridge. It has, if it's not causing a traffic backup because a truck came down the road and
Got stirred.
realized they couldn't go under it, there are at times vehicles that do hit it because it's low. There's quite a bit of signage on there. I think at some point we tried to add some signage that goes maybe up the other side of Cross Street, like careful, low bridge, there's like turn around or else signage. But if there's anything that can be coordinated of increasing not just like some bridge signage, but also signage that goes out in either direction on Cross Street, so we can kind of avoid that type of problem.
So the discussion that we've had with Chris in the town is, unfortunately, the MBTA doesn't have jurisdiction to put those signs up. So what we can do for you, though, is install them. So we can't put them anywhere unless you tell us, we want to sign here, we want to sign here, we want to sign here. You give us the signs, we can install them for you. We definitely can do that. But the town has the jurisdiction on the roadway height postings. We don't, because we don't control the height. The town does. So
You can install the signs?
we can install the
Can you
signs.
pay for the signs?
I'm sorry?
Can you pay for the signs?
You're going to have to run that through my handler here. I don't handle the budget. I just build stuff.
So
But-
it is a conversation we're having with the town. The coordination is going to be there, and we will have signs for folks. I think we're going to re-engage in that conversation about September as we get closer to the completion of the project, but it is something that we are coordinating with the town with, and part of the reason why we're here is probably so many folks are hitting the bridge, right? So it's definitely a conversation that we are having. It was brought up during the delegation and the meeting with the town, so top of mind for us as well, and we'll be working on that. So you'll see that at the end when it's painted and looks well and rehabbed. Will also be
But like high vis,
Yeah,
reflective
for sure.
paint all over
That's
that
something
bridge,
we
right?
could consider on the bridge is high vis, some retroreflective tape or something like
Yes.
that. But we have to go through engineering for that.
So we have had these, I'm sorry, did you?
No, go ahead, please.
So we have had these conversations internally too, and I know that Matt's looking into some options. And we've talked to our delegation even this evening about collaborating with all of us together to get an accurate height, and then perhaps find some of these turnoffs and head that they've done around Store Drive, where you stop, you warn a truck before it gets too far and say, "Turn around now, stop." And so we're exploring options, and we'll most certainly work with the T on that, because I think we want to make this better at the end of the day. We don't want the bridge damaged and have to come back, and you don't want it either, right?
You don't want it either.
So if we want to partner on this and find a way to do it and find some additional funding to make it happen and make the signs more than just stop, we'd like to do that. I do want to thank the T's been very cooperative the last 2 weeks. We've had some very intense meetings, very productive ones. Both chiefs are in the back. Matt's here. We had a number of conversations, and I really appreciate all the staff stepping up. And Anthony's been coordinating this from my office, so we've been on top of it. Boom! It's been it kind of popped up after some silence, and then we're good. So I think we've had some really good conversations. So thank you all.
Mike, did you have?
Yeah, I don't want to belabor the point here, but the hitting of the bridge is a preventable, problem, and I don't know. I've seen in some places where there's chains or something that's kind of hanging, so like somebody that's got a truck that's not going to clear, kind of hits that, so they have a warning before they reach that point. You guys probably know how many times people have hit it, in recent years, but it's
Find that data, I'm sure.
it's pretty regular. And so when you see, a lot of kind of broken concrete, missing bolts and things like that, I mean, it seems like the kind of thing that happens over a period of time when people are hitting things. I'm not an engineer, I don't know those things, but I'm guessing. So I don't know if there's anything else that we can do besides visibility and signs, because for whatever reason, they don't seem to, impact people, and we have less of. I think it's less of an issue of kind of stirring, which usually turns into, it's usually college kids that are renting trucks that go drive through, right? So that's not our problem, but we do have one, and so that's the only thing I would say is if we can explore some other options like that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you. It sounds like you've been in really good communication with Anthony and Matt in the town manager's office. I think just the more that those updates can be also something that can easily be distributed to us so that we're in the loop, because this is the type of project that we hear about from people in town, and they know how to reach us, and they will. So it's helpful if we have that's just a really easy information that we can share with them and answer their questions before they start ringing you in the middle of the night.
What we've done now is Matt attends our progress meetings on the project, so he hears things in real time no sooner or later than he probably knows more than George does, because I keep him in the dark. He's my work wife. I don't tell him anything. So Matt will be in regular communication with the team. He'll be in our meetings, so he's going to hear it first. And if we need more than that, please let us know. But I think he can communicate to the various departments and take the news to whomever might need to hear it first, or most importantly, rather than we just blanket it out to everybody. If you don't hear from us, that means things are good. Things are good.
Well, I do think it's important. I think Anthony's point is really important. The more we communicate, I'd rather over-communicate than under-communicate.
Right.
And the more we share with the select board, the better it is for them, which means the better it is for all of us. Yep. So after you've screened the information with Matt or other members of the team, just pass it along. I'll make sure it gets widely distributed electronically through social media posts, whatever. So.
Happy to, and I'll take that up for sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
I'll make one last statement. I know you guys are sensitive to the MBTA being late delivering things. I don't deliver things late.
Yeah.
I haven't in 5 years, and I don't plan on this being my first. So,
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you.
We'll hold you
You're on
to
every
that.
project from now on. Thank you. You win.
Bookmark that. Timestamp.
Thank you.
I heard it here.
9:04.
it's recorded, and
Right.
one of my colleagues is watching right now. He knows.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you, folks. Thank you very much for having us.
All right. We had a lot of guests in the room for this one.
I think our assessor should be in the hallway. Find our assessor.
Cleared the place out.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh, we did. While we're bringing is anyone here for public comment? Thanks. That was good.
I was going to get water, but it's
Huh? Yeah. They thought about public comment and then. All right, y'all can come on up. Thank you for being patient. We had, as you saw, a lot of people in here for the tea. So welcome. Thanks for coming in. We have your memo around residential exemption and materials, and really just wanted to pick up a conversation that we had started, I think it was probably last November when we did the classification hearing of something that was a topic among state of the town and something that we were looking at as we were undergoing the analysis and then the preparation around the override vote. So I think I'll open it up, Dan and George, if there's anything specific that you want to share or highlight from the memo, and then we'll open it up to the board for
Just
questions.
something briefly on the bottom. I just gave another page of this to Patty this afternoon. Had a couple of minor quote-unquote typos, if you will. The second to last paragraph, it was 97% of the town people paying less in taxes with the exemption. And conversely, that's condos and 2 and 3 families, 97% are paying less. It's really a big break on condos because it's based on the value of the property. We have only a couple condominiums over the median, which is would be $1.8 million or 1.9, depending how far you go in your exemption. But conversely, approximately 30 to 33%, I did another number today, of single-family homeowners will be paying more in taxes. In towns that have this, Concord, Brookline, Waltham, only 8 to 10% pay more in taxes. The real issue with why this isn't more prevalent is towns like Winchester don't have apartments. We only have 14 total buildings in town as apartments, whereas if you on the second page of the handout I gave you, list all the communities that voted for resident exemption, and they're basically all cities other than Concord. There's Cambridge, Everett, Malden, Somerville, Waltham, Watertown, and then everything else is down the Cape, where seasonal homes do not qualify because they're secondary homes. So we'd be one of the few communities that actually does this as a bedroom community. Concord did it for the last 3 years, and they just came out with their study, and it looks like they're going to look to take it off the next 2 to 3 years based on their analysis. It was a 160-page report I got a hand on today, and I sent it to the town manager. And it looks like they're trying to add the 41C and a half, and just look like they want to keep the resident exemption based on the report I saw today. The other issue we have with it, just trying to do the job of taking 7,500 applications, have people file the application with us. They have to prove to us they live in town. We want to see income tax from them, showing that this is their domicile. Asking people for income tax is never an easy issue. Granted, they won't get the exemption if they don't give it to us, but it's going to be a battle, and it'll go on forever. Additionally, there's also people who have trusts. We need to see all those to see if they actually qualify based on the requirements. You can imagine, once again, people aren't going to want to be giving us their trust to read, but we have to have them. So this year would be, like I said, about 7,500 applications going out. Estimate 80% would qualify. The other 20% probably wouldn't. Next year, when it comes, if they were to pass, next year we'd go along and do it again. We have to review every deed or transfer of conveyance in a year, which is about maybe 500 a year we get. So we have to go through each one of those again, mail those applications out again, and go through the process again. So it'd be very time-consuming and problematic for our office. But it seems like we're trying to help people who have a financial need in town, which is terrific. But this doesn't guarantee that. This is based on assessments. I mean, I know there are people who you would think with the lower assessments, their income's probably not as high as some others, which is probably true. But you've got others who move into condominiums who downsize from their homes here in town and move to a condo in town here and have a house in Florida or a place on the Cape, whatever the case may be. And we're going to give them a pretty substantial break in taxes, which I don't think we're really trying to do here. Lastly, I would say there's a reason only one town's done it, Concord. And like I said, according to their report today, I think I sent to you earlier today, Chris, they're looking to probably take it off if they can pass the Clause 41.5C, because that really helps people more than it's based on income. The other issue is Bedford did it, passed it. This is their first year, and they helped 3 people with the 41C clause. So it's very difficult for people to do this and qualify. And in a town like Winchester, people have money. The numbers aren't low enough for them to qualify. So as I mentioned before, as a board, we haven't voted on it, but a formal vote. But I know the members are against it as well. So if you have any questions, feel free.
Questions?
I have a lot of questions. First off, I've spoken to many people in Concord, including select board members, media moderators, others. I don't think they're going to repeal it. I think that there's a very small percentage of the population that doesn't like it. I think that they have been hit with 5 very large debt exclusions for school rebuilds that, on top of their mill rate, which is already 2 points above ours, cause things to be even more extreme than they'd ever be here. And looking at your memo, this doesn't seem to be like a neutral presentation of the facts to me at all. I mean, please let me finish, Mr. McGraw. I mean, you say that 30% of single-family homeowners will be paying more in taxes. Isn't it true that 70% will therefore be paying less?
Correct.
Okay, and those are the people who will have lower value property, and it's not a direct correlation that they might be lower income people, but 70% of our town could be getting a break on taxes here.
So can I just factual? 70% of single family, plus plus the overwhelming share of condos, duplexes, and triplexes. So it's probably something in the low 80s would get a tax break.
Low 80s.
I just want to give you that fact.
That's an even higher number. That's more people. You say that 97% of people who live in condos or 2 to 3 family units will be paying less in taxes.
Correct.
And aren't those the units that also tend to be filled with people at lower incomes because they can't afford the sprawling estates?
You have both. You've got the ledges, for example.
Okay, do you actually have the data that tells me how many people who live in condos have a second house in Florida, or were you just making that fact up?
I have no idea.
Okay, so that's just
what we have to add.
So you don't have any data that proves that
Other
your
than that,
assertion
no.
that they
Bill, I think we're just, Dan's just helping us with these questions here. I don't think he's, misleading us or anything. I think we just ask the questions normally. It's just.
When someone gives me a memo based upon speculation, I need to understand it. That's how I read this memo. I think that Mr. McGurl, the first argument he makes against this is that it's going to be difficult for his office.
Very.
But, well, how long has it taken you to get the CPA exemption in place?
That was simple.
It's still not available on the website, as I have repeatedly pointed out to you and your board.
Exactly.
You've sent it through private listservs through the Jenks Center. I have repeatedly told you that you need to put it on your website. Other towns offer those applications to download. Mm-hmm. We emailed your previous chair, our previous chair did, with me in copy. We didn't even get answers from you guys.
That's an easy one. I'll put that on the website tomorrow.
Well, why has it taken a year and a half?
A year ago.
We send them out to people who ask for them all the time.
No, why has it taken you a year and a half when we told you to do that?
I can't answer it for you. I don't have an answer for you.
Okay.
I don't recall getting anything on it, but I may have.
So we'll put that topic down because I think it's clear, and we'll see if we can make sure that gets put on the website, and can work with Chris for the town manager's office with any support on the website.
I have some comments, if that's in order, or if Bill's still going.
You can go.
I think, I'll just point out we have some time on the agenda for this. We've also really sort of lagged on all of
I'll
our
just make a
items,
brief
so
comment.
cognizant.
I think going through that Concord study is very important. I connected the two of you to a select board member in Concord. I think, Anthony, you had asked me to do that, so I've done that. She gave me a lot of great information. The assessor there is also very helpful. That study is extraordinarily well done. I would encourage the board to go through it very carefully. What troubles me about this memo is it starts with a discussion of some administrative challenges, which are real. It then does slide into a fairly, for a short memo, a vehement ideological perspective. It says the Board of Assessors is opposed, though the board hasn't voted. Getting tax fairness right, and candidly, we have members of our board who have been very vocal about cost of living in town. Getting tax fairness right is really tricky, and it's a joint collaboration between the Board of Assessors and the Select Board. We had a whole work stream in State of the Town, work stream 5, devoted to this, right? And that was looking at senior exemptions, veteran exemptions, things like 41C, things like a residential exemption. We couldn't even get emails answered to have a meeting, in direct violation of the charter, right? 31A and F says that the assessors should have to communicate with the select board. The select board asks. We didn't get answers to our emails, right? And so what concerns me is not that a residential exemption is a good or bad idea. Concord's our only direct peer that's done it. Brookline is like a half peer, right? Like, we can work through that. What concerns me is that towns that want to do right by residents who have reduced incomes, and we have 22% of our town who does, and who are cost burdened, work together between their select board that has the tax classification authority and the assessors who are supposed to administer the assessments to create programs, administer them in a transparent way, We've provided documentation of all the applications in Belmont and Lexington that people have online. We have none of that. It says just call the assessor's office. We never implemented the CPA in a transparent way, and we've reached out and we've gotten nothing, right, in violation of the charter. And that makes me sad that we haven't had really any partnership on Workstream 5, which we worked on for months. And then we get this kind of letter that's quite ideological, just saying like, no, we're against it, without any discussion. So that's the Board of Assessors, independent elected board. They don't report to the select board as they do in, say, Belmont. I don't think that's good governance. And I'm disappointed, frankly, by the way that the assessors have approached this.
Well,
I'll leave it there.
It's more me, if I may say, than the board.
We sent the emails. Michelle
understand.
Pryor, my colleague right across the table from me, sent the email to your board chair.
Okay.
And we never got a response. Not the person sitting next to you, but another individual.
If you look at the other communities that are here, just for example, you say Concord's a similar community. They have 28 apartment buildings. We have 14.
Getting tax policy right is super tricky. I agree with you.
Isn't it kind of, we're saying ideologically that we don't think it's a good idea.
Well,
You're kind of saying by doing this, it's a good idea.
No, I think it's a discussion that the assessors and the select board could have together in a very thoughtful way. In other towns, I think that's maybe how people would have approached it. When the select board, which sponsored the CPA and decided to put in their low-income exemptions, then follows up on why that hasn't been implemented in a transparent way, and we don't even get an answer to our email. When we convene the state of the town process under our authority, and we have a whole work stream dedicated to this, and we can't even get a meeting on it, I will tell you this, you guys were the only board that reacted that way. The capital planning committee, the planning board, school committee, the finance committee partnered with us.
I don't recall getting an email inviting me to any table.
Ask your previous board chair.
Well, I'm defending myself, at this table. The implication is that I don't recall getting any emails from you or anyone else inviting me to a table.
I think Sarah's saying it wasn't sent
Okay,
to you.
thank you.
So I've got some questions maybe for Dan, Chris. You answered one of them, which is how does our percentage of rental properties or in terms of apartment buildings, but I guess I would want some data on this. So Concord has 28 apartment buildings, we have 14, but what is our percentage of rental properties relative to Concord's? Bill?
I can give you that if you want. I looked it up today. We're
Yeah,
at 10%.
I'm going to have a few more. Okay.
900 out of 8,400, 900 out of 8,400 roughly.
Okay.
11.5%.
I'm Concord, you spoke to some people in Concord. There's a report that would be helpful for Mike and I to have, or in the packet, maybe for the public to see, if Concord is going to those lengths. We know I found a tax force article on paper, but it'd be nice to have all that data wherever they're at. Yeah. So, and with 5 school building projects in Concord, I mean, we've had 5 school buildings in Winchester in the time I've lived here. Ambrose, VO, High School, McCall, Lynch, and Morocco's on the horizon, so we are not dissimilar. It's not that they have 5 projects and we don't. We have 5 with a 6th looming. I would ask also in Concord, what was the volume of reassessments that occurred when this was implemented, or what's been the volume year over year? So I appreciate 80% of homes may qualify, but if people at the 1.8, 1.9 tipping point asked to get reassessed, what does that volume look like? Beyond applications, but what would we anticipate in terms of reassessment, and how quickly would those get done? So I'm at 1.85. I am not. It's not where my house is. But if I were, how can you reassess me for $50,000 less so I don't have to pay more? I'd be curious what Concord's experience was on reassessments and if that tracks to workload as well as timing. And then the last piece is if the break even, what would cause the break even point, the 1.8 or 1.9 is where you think Winchester is, what would cause that to move up or down? Like a high sale, a high price sale of a house at $4 million might move it up. What would cause that number to move down?
No.
And therefore fewer people get the benefit?
It would go up or down based on the number of people who qualify, not the values. I mean, you have to wholesale change for values. I mean, everybody go up $1 million, but that's not going to happen. It's based on who qualifies based on going for the resident exemption. If it's 80% or 85, it's going to be a little bit lower if it's 85% qualifying. If it's 75%, it's going to be a little bit higher.
And qualify is follows through with an application, not just on paper.
Correct.
One question, Michelle, just to, if you want to add it, because I think it's useful, is to look at the percent of properties in each like $400,000 tier. Because what you'll see is Concord has actually a number of properties north of 5 million. Like they have these like estates. So like that's another thing that determines the shape of the curve, because they have a huge right tail. That's like these like super expensive properties.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to understand workload for reassessment, true count of apartments, not just buildings, but true count of housing units that are rental. And also, yeah, if we could look at the tiers of houses in those $400,000 quadrants, because if fewer people take it up, then potentially it could shift higher. If more people apply, it could come lower. I'm curious, like, how many households are actually impacted? Like, I don't know if we can get to how many people with our census data. 80% of houses, is that a one-to-one or a one-to-many? Like, how many people are impacted by this? So I guess I have questions.
Mike, do you have questions?
Yeah, thank you, Anthea, and thank you, George and Dan, for coming in. I'm hearing that you want to be a part of the process as we analyze this. Is that my understanding? Or, yeah, thank you. So I think, you know, and I don't know what Concord's process was leading up to this, but I think that we need to kind of put something in place for us to more formally research this and do some outreach to the community, to the Council on Aging maybe, and some other impacted populations in town. So I don't know if we, I think as we look for an override in the near future, I think this is part of the strategy that we will put into place to maybe lessen the impact on some folks. So I think it's a good one, but I just, I'm not sure yet because we don't have enough data. This is a good start. I don't know if we need more administrative support as well. It sounds like that, we're probably heading in that direction as well. But I think we need to more formally convene a committee or working group to come up with a recommendation for this. And I know that we started on the state of the town, and I know Bars probably feels like he kind of already did this a little bit. But maybe as we roll this out as part of our financial strategy, I think maybe it'll make sense and become more clear to us. It is compelling to me that a lot of communities that are similar to us haven't adopted this, but it doesn't mean that precludes us from doing this. It might be the right strategy for us, but I'm hoping as we look towards an override that this can be part of an ongoing working group. It's a big decision, it's a big impact, and I don't want us to be in the place of where Concord is, and we all talk to different people in Concord, right? I mean, and to say, oh, that was a mistake, let's pull it back, right? Because that erodes trust at a time when we're trying to build it. So I don't know if that's the pleasure of the board to, look towards a working group and pull some folks together so we can, having an agenda is good for us, but I think we need some more cooks in the kitchen on this one.
Horace, I sense you want to respond to that.
No, I don't want to respond to it. I want to add to it. So I think that a residential tax exemption, which is a 47-year-old tool, right, exists. And the board can do it annually. There's 41C.5, there's senior circuit breaker, there's a senior deferral program, there's veteran exemptions, and there's a CPA exemption. There's a lot of authorities, some of which are local options, some of which are select board classification hearing, that we are not as, we made enhancements last year, but I think there's a lot more that can be done. You look at peer towns, they have one comprehensive packet you can download, you can fill it out, some of which require you to provide means information, some of which do not, some of which benefit only certain ages, some of which benefit only in certain income levels. It's a very technical area of the law. And Workstream 5, scratch to Mike's comment, I would argue scratch the surface on it. And there's a lot more that can be done. And I would encourage the select board, and I hope there's partnership from the Board of Assessors, to actually move forward in some of these programs. And an RTE might be something you do in November, might be something you do in November 27, maybe something you never do. But there's a lot of authorities that are highly technical that are worth exploring. And I did feel pretty strong partnership from the COA. The COA chairwoman, in fact, I believe wrote the motion and background language herself that we took to the floor of town meeting in November. We presented with the veterans agent, and Bill, you're the one who did it. I presented with the vice chair of the COA. I would love to see that partnership, more broadly.
Yeah, I think, Michelle, you asked this and you raised a point. We hear a lot about this sort of tales of things being unaffordable and the difficulty in downsizing because we don't have that kind of downsizable housing, a lot of that in Winchester. But when we talk about then the senior exemptions, it's still a pretty small portion of people who are eligible for it, and also knowing, there are some difficulty to eligibility, and it's not a huge exemption to the taxes. So I agree with Paris on, if there's one packet with all of your things or one form that you click some boxes and it gives you the right things, certainly it sounds like, and I know you're looking at this just systems-wise, that this could be also a systems area to work on that can then help to facilitate future changes and make those both simpler on the town's end with anything coming in, but also easier for our residents to be able to have a simplified sort of single place to go to figure out what they can do and how they can get help with their taxes. I think that's that issue is running alongside how we're talking about the residential exemption. I am looking at our previous packet, and I think it is really worth us coming back to the residential exemption and the different percentages and different tiers, and just getting a better understanding of what that looks like in practice, and also how does that overlap with some of the senior exemption programs and things, and how can we make sure that we don't leave people behind who might be in this intersection of being a senior, having a lower income, but also having a higher value property, and that kind of being the inverse of ability to pay that we typically think about. So I don't know if it's another working group, although I pointed out earlier we have a whole committee of people who we didn't appoint recently to things. If it's another working group, or if it becomes a bit of this long-term financial planning in a way, or how exactly we start to push some of that forward, working with the assessors, because there's sort of like there's a bunch of different things in it, and probably the planning board as well, when we're talking affordability in terms of what housing looks like here.
I wonder who, I agree, I wonder who, Chris, who can you work with? Or, I think it's a select board decision, which other things are town meeting votes and the like, but who could you work with? And I'm not sure if it's a subcommittee of us or a subcommittee of residents, but it seems like a recommendation, if it's workload, if there's additional staff resources, that has to come out through this process. That has to be built into your budget for next year, if that's for the way we go to it, whatever year, or if we ever do it, there's some volume that we need to consider. So who would you task to work with you on this in terms of just implementation considerations? I asked like 3 or 4 questions about implementation, but what else, or who else would you work with? I'm not offering up Will right now, but I will in a minute. But
Well, I
do it. No, I'm asking Chris, because there's a lot of town hall implications. Anthony's talking about IT potentially. Could you put things online? There's volumes. There's inspections and proof. How would you tackle it?
So I think there's some short-term stuff that we can address, I think, fairly easily. And again, George and I have talked on other topics, so I'm sure he's fully open, and the assessors will be open to having more stuff online, right? So, and I can have Jen work right immediately with them to try to push more information to make it easier to access some of the forms and things. So that's low-hanging fruit stuff. I think we can try to work on fairly quickly. The other stuff, I have reached out to Concord. I'm not allowed to call select members in other towns without talking to the manager first. That's part of the ethics code that I live with, and so I have reached out to their manager. She was very busy last week, so we're trying to get a time up for this week or next. And I'd like to download and make sure to get all that other information that was discussed tonight, the report and all of that, and also talk to her a little bit more about where else there are resources in Concord to pull information from. And I think I mentioned, I think I shared in the packet that Bedford I think
41C.5.
just adopted 41C.5, which requires a referendum. That's kind of a juiced up version of 41C, which allows much more accessibility. So I think there's a fair amount of information on that. Yeah. And that would require a public vote.
I believe the income cap on it's $109,000 per household. So you do have a bit of the percent of our population is not huge that applies to.
Yeah, it's broader than the 41C, and you can also expand it. And, but again, it's not a be all and end all, right? I mean, but it is a tool. Yeah. We also had the delegation here earlier tonight, right? I mean, we continue to ask them for more tools to address the disparity between property value and resources, which have exacerbated for sure. I think, Michelle, there's a lot of incredibly bright people in town, and you all know them far better than I at this point, but I think getting some community resources together would be great. I'm happy to work with anybody that you tell me I should, including obviously the assessors. So I think this is it's an area that, again, you've all talked about it. We're all in. We should look at every option, and this is clearly an option that's there. Paris mentioned it's been up there, 47 years? You said it's something like that?
1979. It was in the original classification.
And I think people are going to start looking at things they did before because there's just a need to have an all-hands-on-deck whole approach. I want to make sure you have all the information you need to make a good decision, too. So
maybe, Chris, once you have that conversation with the town manager in Concord and maybe ask them what was the process to socialize this, to make the decision? Did you have a working group? Did you have a committee? Was it part of an override discussion? Because I think you're right. I think that probably a lot more communities are going to be looking to do this that are like us, as we heard from our delegation earlier. 2.5 is struggling to be good policy when you see a lot of overrides coming up, and that has more of a substantial impact on residents, than anything else. And so maybe we can kind of punt this until after that conversation, and maybe you can come up with some recommendations and talk to Anthea about it. We can put it together. I don't know.
Yeah, I think we still have. We have a lot of organizing of information that we need to do, and just getting. A lot of things out there in a couple different ways. So
but we do have to keep it moving if there is a desire to do something in this November's hearing.
Yeah. So I'm happy to keep working with Chris, and then also we'll work with George and with Dan on just keeping this moving and keeping an update for the board of where we're going with it, and whether we have a little short-term working group or a subcommittee or something.
I'm happy to help if you need a hand on this one over the summer. I know everybody else is committed, so happy to do it.
So I mean, no, that sounds great. I mean, obviously, we'd love to work with you, and how clearly some of the website stuff's very fixable, according to Dan. I mean, this should be very easy stuff. I know in terms of the Concord report, which I haven't read, I thought at the time when over the winter, when I heard they were having a survey, it seemed the purpose, or at least one of the purposes, was to make sure that the people that were intended to get the benefit were getting the benefit. So it seemed prudent to get those results, and I look forward to reading that report. So I appreciate you guys having us to the table, and I heard your concerns, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Just on your point there, that is the biggest problem with residential tax exemptions and any other exemption. The people who are supposed to get the benefit aren't necessarily getting the benefit because they don't learn about it and they don't know how to get the benefit. And so with any program that we put into place, we need to have conversations like this. They need to be constant. They need to be fueled by good data, good analysis, because that's how more people learn about them and they trust them and they take advantage of them and they actually start to get the benefit that we're trying to give to them. We could pass a 30% RTE tonight and nobody would know about it and wouldn't do anything. That's not what we're trying to do. And that's why I'm bringing the criticisms I'm bringing, because I want to make sure people in this town who deserve these breaks can get them and they can afford to continue living here.
If there are people that need help, we want to help them, absolutely.
Yes, exactly. So that's where we all need to work together.
Just recommend that the Board of Assessors can have an opinion. The Select Board members certainly are going to have an opinion, which is this question of income versus property wealth and what it means to say I can't afford it. Is it based on income? Is it based on assets? And that is not a answer that is a technical answer. That is an answer based on people's personal policy views. Yeah. Somebody has an extremely high value home that is free and clear and a more limited income. Somebody has a larger income but lesser property value. Who is the beneficiary of the desired tax policy? There's no easy answer to that question.
Yeah.
Well, thank you both for coming in. Thank you for going to the select board.
Thank you.
Sauna today. I do see we have folks in the audience, and so I assume you're here for the next item or I assume you're here for capital projects, and then are you also capital projects or WCCP?
WCCP.
Okay, great. So we're going to do the WCCP part first, then capital, and then Stacy, are you just enjoying our company?
I'm just absorbing that.
Okay, Anthony, anything else? Okay, great. So we'll do that, and thank you for being patient. Maura?
I'm in the purple shirt.
Here. Like sometimes your kid's here. I'm sorry. I just assumed that you just wanted to hang out with us.
Come on.
She can't. I know she was at this. Wow.
That's dedication.
All right. Okay, so we will talk about the WCCP town property projects. Also, I just also want to give it is really warm in here because we're about to get a super heat wave.
Turn this up and see if it's going to, does that mean the back doesn't work?
Well, I was just going to say what else we're going to do is I just was passing notes with Michelle. I didn't take the time to fold them like I often do, but we're going to move the voter survey piece until our next meeting and go a little bit deeper into that at that time. So save us a little time in here tonight. Right.
Okay, so for the WCCP project, there's really just a simple vote tonight. There are 7 projects that are on town property that are under the select board's jurisdiction. And what is needed for these projects, for the WCCP to accept the applications, is what they're calling a care, custody, and control letter. And I gave you a draft memo in the packet. I can go through the 7 projects. And before I read them, this is the key language. This approval is for the purposes of application filing only. The Select Board reserves the right to take a formal position on the merits of any or all of these applications at a later date. This is not, we love the project, we hate the project. This is go forward and apply for the funding. That's what this is about. Because the WCCP hasn't even, they haven't heard any of these things yet. So this is just to authorize the filing of the applications. There are 7 of them. The Friends of Winchester Recreation, in collaboration with Winchester Rec, is the Leonard Field Pavilion. I tried to send you a link to the box. It didn't work, so I sent you all the applications earlier this evening, if you want to go through them. There's other backup for all of them, but that's just the application forms themselves. So that's one. The Winchester Rec has the Packer Ellis Tennis Course next phase. The really big number will be next year once they get through this phase. And then McDonald Basketball Tennis Court resurfacing, the next phase of that project. DPW, the town auditorium permanent seating, that's the seating in the the balcony. Those need to be replaced or at least upgraded so that they maintain the useful life. And Jen has been working with a state program to do that at a reduced cost. The permanent tree committee, the public tree canopy improvement, there's a whole plan they want to fund, which is eligible. Walk and Roll Winchester is the Tri-Community Greenway. There's some restriping for crosswalks and things they want to be able to fund. And then the Winchester Youth Baseball Softball is new tile field fencing. There's been some fencing in other areas, and this is for that particular field. So those are the 7 projects. Again, several of these are being sponsored by the town itself. Some of these I've kind of co-sponsored for the purpose of my office to facilitate their application. That's, if you have any questions I can answer, I'm trying to do the best I can.
2 or 3. So are we granting care and control letters tonight?
Yes.
Is that what they're asking
Yeah,
for?
it would be just a care and control memo.
on
If you
page
want to, I mean, I'm just going to simplify it, and it basically is saying that I'm providing you vote for them. The select board is approving the filing of the applications. Only the filing. This is not a motion in favor or opposed to the actual underlying merits.
And then you said some of these you as town manager, you're co-sponsoring. Are there any of these 7 applications that you're not currently co-sponsoring? Or?
Well, I mean, they're either all. The only one that hasn't had a lot of direct involvement from the town is the new tile field. That's the Winchester Youth Baseball Softball kind of has been a proponent of that. I mean, Nick is aware of it. But the others are all either, if it's not me, it's rec. My office actually worked on the, again, Jen, for the town of long-term seating.
Sure.
And I've talked to Bob and his team about the Tri-Community Greenway. It's, it's stuff that we get some extra funding. It'll just help us improve the safety of the road, because it's not money that's regularly budgeted in the DPW budget.
Yeah, no, but to me, that's an important distinction, and I've talked to you directly, personally, about some of those projects, so I understand them all. I mean, one thing that's just in my head right now is, what is the purpose of the care and control letter requirement as seen by the WCCP?
Well, again,
I don't think you can answer that question.
But we went through this to Cohasset too, and it was a little less formal process, and that's we don't want someone randomly applying for a project on town property that the town isn't interested in having happen.
Yeah.
But Chris, so there's clearly, like, if the town hates it, you just kill it, right?
I wouldn't even put it on this list. If we said no, I would have said no. We're not going to sponsor.
So let's suppose I think this is like, it's an unanswerable question because everyone's going to have their own opinion, right? And certainly the chair of the CCP thinks that the executive boards should weigh in at this stage, so they don't waste a bunch of time doing work on a project that the care and control board hates. The other point I'd make is, if the board really doesn't want to do PAC or L, let's just say, does it make sense to approve it, and then the board sort of loses control over it, and then it's just CCP and town meeting who decide. So you can take the view that you just want those 2 entities to decide. You can also take the view that the executive boards, us, school committee, and I suppose occasionally Concom, should actually vet the projects on the front end of where they want the dollars to go. And I think that's a philosophical distinction of how you treat the care and control letters. So, I mean, the school committee just argued about this for 2 hours over the carriage house, because that was the principal, disagreement, which is some people had the view on the school committee, let WCCP and town meeting decide. Other people said, no, if we don't want this project to happen, let's just kill it by not issuing the care and control letter. And I think that I personally prefer the latter, but it's really going to be for a group of you to decide. I don't think there's a Bill, what's the point of the letter? It's a choice.
Yeah, and I think I'm on the same side of the question as you are there, Paris, and where there are 6 projects that the town manager is directly involved in and recommending, then I'm fine with that. But for one that I've never heard of until I got it from your email this afternoon, and I don't know anything about it, like I can't vote in favor of it at this point in time. I'll abstain, but I don't want to give it my support.
Well, we can always pull it back, right? I think this is what you said, Chris, that this is just to move,
Well, you can also
move the process forward.
You can also reconsider it in a couple of weeks and say, go ahead, fine. I mean, it's not.
Yeah.
If we're making a decision tonight on care and control and we just got the projects today, I'm not sure we should be taking the vote tonight.
I think they need it.
So can I just,
because you might know about things, and I feel like I know new tile because we did other dugout improvements, but I don't know any details, and I have a concern. The trees, nothing against the tree, the trees received approval from the select board and the town manager. It's referenced twice in their application, on page 5 and on page 2, and I'm like, the select board gave approval for this project? When?
Yeah.
So I'm not sure that this isn't giving.
I think that's just wrong.
Well, but yet, if we give this, I mean,
So I just want to clarify, because we talked about this with the town manager, of what this letter looks like specifically, in that it says this letter is not providing a letter of support of the project. This letter is saying if the project is funded, we will allow it to take place on property that is owned by, that we have control over. So in the language there is, the approval is for purposes of application filing. The select board reserves the right to take a formal position on the merits of any or all of these applications at a later date. I think we tried to say, can we have something that really distinguishes that what we're doing is saying if this project is funded, we're not going to stop the project from happening on space that is owned by the town, but not that we are providing an approval in this. What we're doing is simply saying that we're not stopping the application from going forward because you can't access the auditorium doors are welded shut. We're.
No, I understand.
So tried to draw that distinction here in what's provided to WCCP is not as a project support.
I think the distinction still exists of does the board want to weigh in on projects that thinks are at least baseline meritorious? You could always endorse or not endorse above that, but at least baseline meritorious, or does it just want to sort of say CCP consider everything? Right. That I think is a decision the board has to make. Last year we said consider everything. Part of that is probably because the board felt all the projects were baseline meritorious. Right. Again, our colleagues literally just had this debate for 2 hours, right, about their asset that's extremely controversial, as all of us know. So I don't know that there's anything like that here. It's probably could just sort of sign off on everything and let CCP consider them all. But if you end up with, if somebody wants to build a amusement park in the Jenks Center lot, is the board just going to say, yeah, we'll issue a care and control letter and let CCP kill it? Or is the board going to say, no, I deliberately picked the most ridiculous idea I could think of? Or is the board going to say, no, we actually are going to take a view that at the care and control phase, we're killing that project?
Right. Yeah. Well, I think there's also, if you consider the CCP, CCP, and the CPA process as a whole is the Community Preservation Act, right? It's not the Select Board Preservation Act. It's designed to have this community input. And so also knowing that, many of these projects, maybe save for one, were designed in partnership with the town as kind of having some sort of matching or collaboration. Is it that what we really need to do, and now is too late for it, but what we really need to do is then think through with WCCP, how do projects that are asking for town land actually go through that before they need, that they're getting the care and control in their application process and not at the tail end of things.
So I'm wondering, Chris, if you were involved with the Packer Ellis tennis courts, but you weren't involved with New Tile Field, but Nick was involved in both, what's the distinction we're trying to make? If Nick represents town staff, were you personally involved in the Leonard Field Pavilion?
No. But that is it. I spoke with department heads before the application process was up, saying if you have something you get funded, let's move on it. And there were a couple that we talked about. I mean, this building the next phase isn't ready for this building, for example, right? Because we have the roof and the clock tower is already funded. That's moving. And we just got $200,000 to the assessment, the feasibility of the phasing of projects. So we're still in that process. We just got funded for that $200,000 in May. Mystic, there's going to be a long-term renovation plan for that building, and it is 100 years old. The back half is 75 years old, but it's just an application. It's just engineering at this point. So that's Pete's #1 facilities project for capital, is getting that engineering study funded. I also asked during that process that we take a hard look at the historical value of that building, so that when the engineering's done, we can make a very compelling case or not, depending on what the assessment is, to CPC and say, WCCP, I'm sorry. I'm going to fall back to my old acronyms. Because it's eligible, right? Same thing with this building. Clearly, this building is the single largest historic asset in town, and there will be an application to WCCP when it's ready. These are, I mean, Leonard Field was a big, according to Nick, is a big deal, and Packer Ellis is going to be a very big deal when it comes up but this is the next phase of the already 2-year ongoing work. So again, those are top recreation priorities, Leonard Field and Packer Ellis. And the McDonald it's small, but it's also incredibly valuable. Getting those tennis courts that are there and the basketball courts resurfaced would never make it to capital. It would never get funded. It's $35,000. That's a perfect CPA project. When we talk about Jen had been working up a plan to work with some state resources to get those chairs rebuilt, because again, that's not going to ever make a capital list.
Is that a priority in the auditorium? We wouldn't reconfigure the auditorium? We wouldn't put those seats in any different configuration?
Well, the ones that they already exist, right? It's kind of refinishing them. It's not replacing them.
But as part of this broader town hall renovation, we're saying these seats will face this way, and we're going to reupholster them, because if you went back in and then said, I want to turn the seats at an angle, are we wasting money there? I'm just wondering if everything else in town hall is waiting.
Right. Well, those are already really there. Michelle, you make a very valid point. It's a very small project. It's only $25,000, and we're never going to fund it otherwise. And if the seats are not in very good shape,
yep.
And it's, to be fully transparent, it's prison labor in the
yep.
programs that help rehabilitate folks and get them trades. So they do some really great work. It's an opportunity to help support people who are trying to turn their life around. And it's really comparatively low-cost dollars. And again, it's going to be a few years before anything happens in that room anyway. So I understand your point. They may all come out entirely. I don't think those seats are movable. I think either can all come out, or I don't know if there's a multi-million-dollar restoration plan. If somebody must make it like the Lang Center, that'd be awesome. Sometimes the CP, in my experience for the last decade plus, sometimes the CPA can fill these niche projects that otherwise would never get funded because they never reached a capital threshold. Actually, that's below a capital threshold, right? And it's never going to get budgeted because we're not going to spend money on that when we have to do other things. Even the Greenway improvements are small, but they're legitimate recreation improvements. So whether CPA, the WCCP thinks they're the top priority, I don't know.
Yeah, thanks, Cynthia. Yeah, I mean, I think our CPA process is an evolving one still, right? So it may not line up with everyone's needs, but I do think they need to move forward with their process, and we're, a big part of that. So, where things that may walk in the door, like the seats in the auditorium, they not seem like a priority. They are in terrible shape, and we do use that facility, and I think we would use it more. I mean, I see, kids up there. It's in really bad shape for short money, to Chris's point. So, I mean, I'm happy with moving forward with the recommendation for care, custody, and control relative to these projects, and because there's so many off ramps for us to pull any of these projects back along the CPA process, and that's happened along the way with other projects as well. So just to consider that I don't think that, as Chris said, we're all in at this point. There's plenty of opportunities for us to support these projects that were recommended by management and help the WCCP move forward their process. And then still, if we decide against it at a later date, then we can pull back on them. I think the bulk of the projects, I think we all support.
I'm comfortable with what Mike said to move these forward tonight. I have been messaging the CPA chair. The quote is from the final application instructions that says, town properties, if the applicant is a private person, they need a letter, but it says if it's co-sponsored by a town entity with control or jurisdiction over that land or asset, it has to be accompanied by a letter from the applicable town entity confirming its support of the application. So they do, it's a long way of saying they do want us to believe in these projects. They don't want simply a perfunctory approval and then we turn around and say, actually, we think that's a bad project. We just gave it to you to evaluate. They want us to weigh in on whether or not we think it's a good project if it's under our care and control. I'm comfortable moving these forward. I think, as Mike said, there's off ramps. I candidly think these are all probably, good projects, or like they're, maybe we could debate some of the smaller ones, but like I think they're broadly good. I don't see any $300,000 thing here that I would vote no on, but I do think that as we have more rounds of this, like we're having this discussion very late, they need our answer so they can consider their work. It'd be great to have this conversation 6 weeks earlier with all the projects in front of the board, and it won't be my issue, so that I think you can actually substantively interrogate the projects and decide which ones you want to truly support, because that is the CPA's desire, and that's what's written in their application and in their plan, which I candidly don't think I realized their plan was done, so I haven't gone through it in detail. I would also just recommend that you bring Christina in, who's not just the chair but also this select board appointee, and have her kind of walk through what this care and control letter is from the perspective of the CCP, which is, based on the message, much more of a, we think this is a good project, not feel free to consider it and do your work.
So I did recommend Christina be here tonight, but I don't know if she had a conflict or not. But because I had questions of Chris with Town Hall and other CCP projects, but this is where we are. So.
Yeah, and I think one message we have to get out is I completely agree with Michelle here. And if the care and control that we're trying to provide is supposed to be a stamp by this board that we believe in these projects, Michelle brings an excellent point. We should be getting this way sooner than we got it this time around.
Yeah.
Like all of this stuff is rushed. I can overlook that for some of the projects where the numbers are small, or where, Chris, you're the one who's really putting your name behind it. But the ones that creep up into the six figures and they're not being directly recommended by town staff, that's kind of where I'm drawing my line. And I want people to do this sooner next cycle.
So I do think, yes, I think this is the first year of this new approach. Their application, the initial application process fell right after town meeting, and we were involved in a bunch of other things. That no excuse, it just happened. I will tell you that I sat at I'm a member of the committee by ex officio. That's not the impression I got about what the care, custody, and control was. So I have an entirely different. The chair has never directly expressed that to me, so I apologize if I misinterpreted something. But I did not get the impression at all this was an endorsement of the. Other than, obviously, if there's an opposition, it shouldn't go forward, right? But it wasn't like you're all giving it your. When the select was not being asked to rank these and say we think this is the number one or number two. That said, I'd like, before these even get filed next time, for people to come to my office first and say, if this is on a town property, let's get these vetted through departments or whatever, so I can come to the board and say, hey, we've talked about this, and you can get this way earlier. So people, we're not doing this at this point. That said, I've not been given any particular objections to any of these, and some are, like I said, Leonardfield and Packer Ellis and McDonald's are all very top priorities of the recreation department. Those three.
We can't punt on this. The WCCP needs a vote on this or something right now, right?
That's true. I'm comfortable, or like very soon, because they're considering them in phases. But like Leonard is going to come, so like they need this. I don't think you have until the 13th, maybe barely,
right?
But because the 5th I think is more capital projects, but like it's cutting it very tight. My first 3 town meetings on this board, like Brian and Roger would come in and brief us and walk us through the whole Brian's eloquent descriptions. Dump truck, it's a truck, right? He would go through every single project, right? And that was very useful. And I would recommend that between Chris and Christina, the board do that.
Yep. Yeah, I think, we are learning as we go on WCCP and being able to have an understanding of what they're looking for in the application, what they need from us, and that should be communicated not just to us, but it should be communicated to the applicants, that basically if something slips through the cracks and it doesn't, it's not, and we don't, not to say if something comes in that's not partnered with the town, but if something comes in and they haven't come to us first, then it shouldn't be coming to us at the last minute down the road. So I'm happy to kind of take that as just a coordination with Christina so that we can start to understand what their process looks like and how we can be appropriately close to it. I think the question that we have right now is the draft memo with these seven projects. You may have a concern on one of them. Do we vote on sending this memo to the WCCP, or is there a further discussion?
Which is the one that we want to pull back?
I will abstain on the new tile field.
Oh, okay. I'm happy to move forward, and then
Which one's it? 6 Fixes? Which one's Newtown Field?
That's the, 6 Fixes is the bike path.
Maybe,
Is it WYBS?
WYBS is like the second.
maybe we can vote, and if we vote to move forward, maybe then we can just put that item on our next meeting agenda just to see if there's more information, or if we want to pull it back. I don't know. I mean, I'd be happy to move forward the whole request.
If there's 4 votes in favor,
yeah,
my abstention means something.
Is your abstention based on the history here with the private entity doing the work?
It's more than just that. I don't think we need to spend time for me to explain it.
That's the one that didn't come partnered with.
Yeah.
Coordinated with another entity as much as the others did.
I see.
Yeah.
Everything else is co-sponsored or teamed up with Chris or his office.
Yeah, okay. Well, if we have a chance to just, if you got, well, it'll still be here, then 13th, then let's just push that one. I'll vote to push that one. The board can still vote how it wants.
Okay, so does someone want to make a motion for this memo in its form or with a specific edit?
I move that we approve the memo in its current form as presented in the packet, and subject to later consideration and information on any of the projects that are contained therein.
I'll second that.
Okay. Take a roll call vote on this one.
Oh.
Mike?
Well, yeah, I mean, I made the motion.
Horace? Michelle?
Yes.
Bill?
I'll abstain because it includes a new tile project.
Okay, and I'll vote yes, and then maybe we can just
You could pull
coordinate
Newtown
an
back at the
update.
next meeting
Yeah,
if you don't.
New tile's lined up until July 29th. If
Okay.
You could pull it back at the
So
next
there's
meeting.
there's plenty.
Great.
Yeah, or I mean, it's moved forward. So
Yeah.
All right, so
Somebody else
well,
has to
if
say
we want to talk about that on the 13th, we can bring that back. All right.
Andy, I would recommend you bring it back. I voted yes because I thought you'd have another chance.
All right. Enzo, do you want to come up for capital projects update? Is this coming from you?
Yeah, this is just a quick socialization. That's all this is.
Okay.
It's just
Then
an
I'm
update
going
as to our
to challenge
process.
you to go to 10,
Yes.
less than 15 minutes.
No, 15. It should take 5. Okay. We've had some great conversations. We've started the process internally. We've now met with all the departments. We've gone through the first phase. We're now going to start doing some additional conversations, start doing some rankings. We've shared the first cut with Enzo just so he sees what we're looking at. They're going to start their preliminary meetings Wednesday night. With Public Works, which are our big, meatiest ones anyway, and they're going to take more of a conversation. So the next 2 Wednesdays, they'll be talking about some of those really in depth. Or I should say they're kicking off the conversation about those bigger projects with more meetings to come. By mid-month, I expect that mid-July, we'll have gotten our ranking list together, which we'll then share with Capital. And if there's anything that fall off, we'll explain. So that's where that is. So I think we've had some really great conversations. Enzo and I first talked, he said, so you're going to give me a list of rankings? I said, yes, I'm going to give you a list of rankings. So he said, good. So that's our internal challenge now is to do that. And Anthony's been taking lead in my office about getting the meetings together. And Anthony's had some great meetings with the fire department, for example, about developing a more structured plan with some repairs and some long-term maintenance stuff built in, which I think will be great. So we're looking to enhance what we do on our side a little bit more, and we've looked at some other software that we might be able to use to manage the process better than Excel spreadsheets, so that works. So we want to share with you just this first cut, just to see what we're looking at, not for any input particularly. You will hear more. I thought the select board should be engaged in this from early on, so you know what we're talking about. And I did want to just highlight again that Town Hall is in motion. It's just that the next big project here is the roof and the clock tower. Internal stuff, we're just not there yet. We will be, I think. And again, one of the charges that was given to me was get more in depth on this town hall, and we're going to be doing that. And we have this $200,000 to, hopefully we won't spend all of it, but we have it to do that and get a more full analysis of what really needs to get done and what the timing is, and to take a look at the work that's already been done. So that is in process, HVAC aside. So we'll have to work on that back cooler back there. So if there's no other questions, we don't have to belabor this tonight, but that's just where we are.
I mean, I'm going to Capitol on Wednesday, and I'm just and I'll ask the question then, but, how much of this list is informed by VFA and like condition and using the data that we have in our VFA software in terms of the list that we have?
A lot of it. I mean, I did talk to them about that. So, in fact, I've seen a list of. Pete gave me a list and gave me a whole printout of all the stuff from the, which is, it's a cool piece of technology, and they have a lot of information. And so, yes, they are using that to do this. But it's not. It's also engaged with, like, okay, this is what the software is telling us, but we're going to go into the field and see where things are. Can we stretch it a year out or 2 years, or do we need to do something a little more quickly? So that there's a combination of that plus hands-on work. That's my understanding from what Peter told us, and Bob.
Okay.
And there are some limitations to the VFA software as well, just kind of like long-term projections and things like that as well. So it's good to, keep in mind when you look at things that are further out.
We used something similar in Cohasset, and my facilities director said, it's telling me I have to replace everything. He says, I'm not going to replace everything today. Number one, I can't, but number two, we don't have to. Sometimes things it depends on the part, it depends on the equipment, the installation. There's a challenge over at the high school with something that apparently didn't get, I think it's the high school, something didn't get installed really well, and we're having trouble with it. It has to do with a chiller, I think. So sometimes the installation doesn't go as well as we wanted, and years later we're finding out that something bent when it got installed, right? So sometimes things, though, become heroes, and they go for an extra 5 years or 10 years beyond the useful life because you take really good care of it. So lots of data goes into this, as I understand it. So, more to come.
Thank you, Chris. All right. So I was saying, I passed a note to Michelle. We're going to come back on the 13th and get deeper in on the survey. 3 really good listening sessions that we had. So come back around to that. And then try and just kind of tap out the next few things on our agenda pretty quickly. We talked about the long-range financial planning committee at our last meeting, and we posted a position for town residents to apply to. We talked about the membership of it and having 2 select board members on that board, and I thought we could actually identify those members at this meeting. Appoint our 2 select board members to that, so that when we come back around and we appoint the at-large members, that there's already, point people for them, and we can start to have a structure going with that.
I'm happy to help as one of the members.
Yeah, same here. And I think Michelle's been chomping at the bit for it too, right?
Yes. That's exactly the adjective I would use. I'll do it, for sure.
Ours.
Michelle and I have an hour-and-a-half meeting on Wednesday with Stephanie to go through all the model input that needs to be updated. So happy to always help with the Excel.
Sure. When Mariano finished his term on the select board, he remained our appointee to the transfer station working group. So there's that.
We're not doing that to Paris.
But he still lived in town at that point. I think that was the distinction there.
That's really not okay.
Town meeting member.
Yes, I know.
We can hire him as a consultant and pay his hourly. You're hourly. Let's be.
You'll need another override. Yeah, pay the consultant.
I'll make the motion to appoint Michelle as one of our appointees to the long-range financial planning committee.
Second.
Okay. I'm not going to say no.
Just like Michelle and I researched 5 different towns. We went through the memo a million times. We wrote the job description together. I think you kind of need Michelle on this one. My comment.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I'll vote for myself. So between Bill and Mike, I think happy to have either. I wonder if we're trying to get this started this summer and get our person appointed. I just want to make sure that we can move at the pace of the work, because I think we want to get some tri-board meetings done, or at least kicked off this summer. So I would just ask you to consider that from availability perspective. Try to do meetings in the evening, not during the day. I'm not sure which days, because capital will be Wednesdays, but just want you to think about that.
Yep. Luckily, my summer just cleared up very largely. So.
I didn't. I will just say I did not volunteer myself for this because there's quite a bit of work on this side of the table, but at some level I think helpful to have the vice chair connected to that, and with your being able to loop back to Chris on anything as well. But we all work closely. We all are able to work closely with Chris. So
would we ever want, just throwing it out there, would we ever want to back up? Would we ever want to have it so that if 3 of you showed up, we just posted it as a meeting?
I mean, I think given how we operated State of the Town, we should just post them all.
Like Bill's the person, but Mike wants to be there, or Mike, you can't be there and he is, for continuity's sake. I wonder if we post it. It doesn't sound, I mean, Anthea, I know there's plenty going on. I'm not going to say, like, you need to show up and you're not going to be here, but...
the only thing, just to keep track of, if you post it, you'll need to do minutes, but beyond that, I don't think it's a big deal. We used OWL to do the minutes for State of the Town.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. I mean, I'm not saying that's what we need to do, and I'm just wondering if that becomes a reality of, like, let's just give ourselves flexibility. I don't know. We're trying to meet about every other month, right? But we might need to meet a couple times this summer.
That's what you think.
To get it started anyway. Because I'd like to have you too, Mike. You've got experience on the override side of things from 19.
It's whatever. I think we just got to get moving. So if Bill wants to do it, go ahead. I'll move that we appoint Bill to the long-range financial meeting just at some point.
Second.
Turned out more weird than it needed to be, but here we go,
Okay.
That's where you seconded yourself. Okay.
I think you guys have to agree.
All right. Any further discussion?
I think we did it.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And then I think it would be a good idea for us to post those, and that way we can attend as, or participate as,
Is the posting for the at-large closed?
I think
That's what I was going to say.
closes soon.
No one has applied. I have not received any applications, so you guys...
Two people have told us they applied.
Two different people at different times. Yes.
So maybe
We can
can you follow up with
tomorrow.
Patty on
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, as recently as last Friday.
I'm just going to point, like, if the board, Michelle and I have independently met with 2 individuals
Very fast.
who, are not presently involved in town government. Both have really impressive financial credentials.
Yeah.
One more public sector, one more private sector.
City of Boston finance.
Yeah.
They have a gap.
One was the
I didn't close that.
budget director of the City of Boston. One's a very senior portfolio manager in the sort of the municipal bond sector. So I think you'll have a lot of analytical support. What I would recommend you, Anthea, is if that can get fixed and you can appoint them on the 13th, because you kind of want them to get up to speed on the model this summer. You don't want to wait until like late August.
Yeah.
People have vacations. Then it's the school. Then it's
So I think just if you have those 2 applicants, if you can connect with Patty and then potentially just connect them with Patty if they think they have submitted an application and it hasn't made it over, just to make sure that email goes across and we can.
Yeah, I haven't, I mean, it clearly says, send it to me, so I haven't received it because the application's right next to it.
Yeah.
And I actually didn't do an end date for that.
Okay.
Because,
Okay, so
leave it open until it's filled.
we'll hopefully get that squared away so that we can do those appointments on the 13th.
That'd be good.
Yes, because we have all the new appointments, on the
Yeah.
And then I think FinCom has a couple of seats. Anthea, can you or Chris or Patty or somebody reach out to FinCom to try to get their people? I don't know how often they're meeting
I think
over the
they-
summer. I guess they met last week.
They did, and I did give Catherine the memo and the one pager, and asked her to find
Okay.
some volunteers or volunteers to.
Yeah, if they could make a choice in July, that'd be good, so we could do something.
Yeah, you're next up on the, I think, yeah.
And,
Okay.
and school committees made one appointment, but they need to send two.
Okay, great. So
Okay.
we'll get
So maybe we'll
that.
wrap it up on the 13th.
Get that moving enough that we start to have people on the 13th and can form it over the summer.
Two select board people are made. If you do two at-larges plus the one school committee member, at least you have a quorum then.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. A couple things, Chris. I'll kind of turn it over to you to do hospital pilot and Miss Elise for us.
So first, apologize for the mistake on the report. You already have two members of the committee, so.
Yeah.
The pilot is in the packet. I have a short cover memo talking about what was in the pilot. I am still working to coordinate a time. I have not heard back, but I haven't really poked hard with the Methodist Relief folks. But I will do that now. And I will ask both of you for some times, and then I'll say, hey, we want to sit down and meet. Winchester, can we please sit down soon? They did, I told you the president did come and deliver the checks a couple weeks ago, so in good faith to do that. So, and I have looked at some policy. I think at some point it would be a good idea for the board to adopt a pilot policy. I'm not recommending that today. We'll work on something just so we have some structure. I think building more into this would be great. I mean, let me ask. I do think that just based on the limited research I've done, I think the properties have been undervalued, underassessed because they're not taxable. I don't think there's been, and again, I don't blame the assessor should not really about it. Heavily assessed properties that aren't getting taxed. I believe that the properties are more valuable than they show on our rolls because the equipment alone in those facilities is worth tens of millions of dollars. And again, I don't. It's not a common practice to go in there and check that. That said, so I think that we're potentially undervaluing ourselves in the amount we're getting from them. But again, I don't have super hard data. This is more just based on hospitals are expensive, and the facility, the Washington Street alone is a beautiful new oncology treatment center, right? So that is incredibly expensive equipment in that building. So that said, you have a pilot, and we'll plan to go forward. If anyone has any thoughts, apart from what Anthony and Michelle bring to the table, let me know. They've been very cooperative. The president has been very open. I met with him twice in the last couple of weeks, once briefly, and they seem to want to open a new chapter, which is great. Not that they've been bad, I just think they want to get more engaged again.
I think one thing will be helpful as you have that meeting, and we can prep too, is telling the story of where that money has gone. They like to claim credit for that community investment and mental health, and so where else did hospital gift account money go? Where else did other things go that are sort of safety and wellness in our community? And I think if we can pull that data from Munis and other places, I think it's good to tell the story of thank you for the investment. Some of this is FTE, but there's also things we've done, in addition. So that'd be good. And I think if we're doing a policy, it's not a bad thing to, that's the pilot packet every couple of years. Here's the data that we pull. Here's the way we present it.
Right.
And hopefully they give us money. So, okay.
The Mystic Lease, apologies for giving this to you so late.
I'm going to recuse on this topic.
At the end of the day, the amendment was very minor, but what was added to it based on the conversation we had, which has been fully socialized with the folks down at King's Corner, is adding that entry piece. So it brings that total rent number over to about $54,000, which they're fully aware of, and I have not no one's expressed any question, any objection. I don't think they loved it, but they understood it. I do think we need to have a bigger, broader conversation as well about the longer term aspects of this.
So I'm not prepared to vote on this tonight, only because I have one question, which is the second whereas term.
Yeah.
Maybe it's back to the old lease, which probably is in a previous packet. The lease allows the tenant to renew for 5 one-year terms. I thought it was our inviting them to stay. And then the next one is they intend to renew. But that control exists with the tenant, not with us as the owner?
That was the original lease. And it's down to the last year anyway, by the way. We're in year 9, so at the very most, they have one more extension under the switch.
But this,
And I'm
so it's 5 years from 2023, and maybe we
oh
should.
yeah. So we're at the this is the year. If you know, this is year 9 of that 10. So the next year, the way we're going into is year 9. So at the very most, there's one more year. And by the way, they're looking at that. And when I talked to Andrew, their executive director, was like, "Yeah, you know that there's at most one more official year left, and we can't plan on we need that no longer. We want to have a conversation about it in the longer term."
But
I think we need to have a conversation in executive session,
That's fine if you want to. It's fine.
about this.
That said, you do have a 1-year option here, which the board's already expressed interest in.
the board did. I agree with that. The board expressed an interest in a 1-year option. I am curious what reactions were to some of the ways we had a couple of packages we wanted you to explore with the tenant. I know we settled on some energy. And if we talked about the capital Q, the highest priority project is Mystic improvements, where would that fall into leasehold improvements, and what is the strategy?
That's a bigger conversation that we weren't ready to have in the last 2 months, but it's something I think we have to have for any further extension. Because remember, while they may have a right to ask, the town has a right to charge whatever it deems appropriate. So then I say, well, you may want to double. And again, if you remember the numbers I gave you back a couple months ago, that if we were using the school's formula, the rent would be about $250,000, as opposed to the $50,000 that we're charging. So,
Well, and I realize it's a significant jump, but in the interest of people are trying to chase down revenue, schools get $250 for an after-school program. We're going to get $54,000. So
it's a different model. They use a gross revenue number, and we're basing this on something that's already pre-existing plus energy, which I have a comfort that number is accurate.
Yes.
And I also know there was a capital piece too we could have added to, which we didn't at this point. I think that there was some pushback saying that they understand the energy, but adding too much more would be very hard to do on such a comparatively short notice. We only picked up this conversation in March. I mean, if you want me, I can come back in 2 weeks with more information that you want. I mean, they're basically holdovers now. There's no intent to have them not occupy it for the rest of the year. If you want to have more of a conversation in an executive session, set up for next week if you like.
I would like that. I want to be mindful of my colleagues' time, though. I would like that, even just understand sort of, up or down or reactions to things. I realize the terms are not likely to change. We're not going to go back and say, just kidding, we're going to put $50,000 more on. But I think understanding some of the negotiation, because I think there's a messaging piece that we as a select board need to own, which is you increased rent by, what is that, $17,000 at a time when the town needs revenue everywhere it can. Now, that's likely what was acceptable. It's what this group agreed. But I think I'd like to just understand a bit more. If that strategy were to change, it's like we're to have a different strategy. How quickly we want to socialize that, how quickly we want to coalesce around it, and not wait until March of next year.
No, I don't want to wait too much for next year. I want to pick up the conversations.
So maybe a strategy for the next lease, realizing that this is likely what we're going to have.
I would like that conversation with the board sooner rather than later, so we can have conversations this fall. I agree. I think that's necessary. I don't think there's going to be. I wouldn't recommend any substantial changes for this fiscal year we're about to enter, though. I mean, I think we did socialize this even in the conversations with the board here. It was to get somewhere, and we did. So effectively, this is almost a 50% increase in their lease. Not quite. 17 out of $35,000 base lease is not. It's about 40%. So if you want to look at from a percentage point of view, it's actually fairly steep. But I also agree that it's not. It's we have to have a bigger conversation long term.
But these are some of this increases. We have it kind of carved out as energy expenses.
That's the
Chris,
So it's
sorry.
Well, we had never charged them.
We didn't charge them.
right. So I mean, it was just kind of like a bad lease to begin with, and now it's kind
Correct.
of like
It's
a
a
flat,
less bad.
We inherited it.
Yeah, right.
So
No, I know
So,
we inherited it. I'm just.
Michelle, it sounds like your question is not about this term. It's about, I'm just, because I remember that we looked at this lease, we kind of agreed on it, and we've been waiting for them to
So I've been waiting for
review
council.
it.
Yeah, I was waiting for council to get back to this, which is not done. So, but again, late. I apologize.
So I'm just curious, I mean, if we want to talk about terms for future leases, that's definitely makes sense as a executive session topic that we can queue up sooner rather than later for a number of reasons. But if there's questions about the terms here for this year of the lease, I don't know. I don't know if there's something that we need to wait on before voting on these terms versus a.
My curiosity is more about how the conversation went and what else was said or potentially socialized. That's what I want to understand between you and the director, because we have the director here. This is what I did. We painted this. We invested in that. Then we said, okay, energy, and then we didn't hear again, and we got this lease this afternoon.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to put some of what happened since our last meeting into context. I understand we're not going to get a different price at this point, but I do want to understand a bit more about how it went.
We agreed on energy as the option, as the add-in when I talked with Andrew, and that's where it sat. And then it sat because town meeting came and it all just got sidelined for me. And then when I finally picked it up again, it's like, we got to move on this, it's done. And then it sat with council for a little bit. So, and Andrew and I kept going back and forth. I kept reminding him, he poked me, and I'm like, yes, we're still working on it. So, and based on these, when I shared the numbers with all of you, it was like, well, here's where we are, and here's what the school's model looks like based on the 990. That was 990, I think is the right term, right? That we had, and showed the vast difference between where we were. And I think the impression I got from the board is like, we don't want to do that. That's a pretty extreme ask.
Yeah.
But we did do something at the very least to be able to capture us. The energy seemed, from the conversation with the board, the simplest, but the cleanest thing to do. And we took a 3-year average, because that seemed, and again, all those numbers should have been DPW.
But there's no escalation if it goes up, so, okay.
Well,
that's
this
why
is
we
the
used
last
same
year.
escalation that was
This
already
last
in the
year.
lease.
Right,
Yeah.
this is the last year,
Yeah,
so
yes.
we would have to renegotiate a new lease for
No, this is year
27,
9.
28.
Yeah, we'd have to renegotiate. We'd have to.
There's
At most
this-
one more year, and there are 10 years of extensions, right? Which would be FY28. But again, the board, we can have a conversation this fall. The board can say we want to capture capital because we're going to have more information on the Mystic School rehab and the windows, by the way, which are on their side of the building that have to be in place. And it's going to cost a very large 6-digit number, most likely. And we have to have honest conversations about what it's going to cost to repair that and what they're.
I think we need to have a conversation about the future of that building.
Yeah.
Period. Because I don't know where we're going to go with this particular vote tonight, and I know we punted on listening sessions, but we've heard in listening sessions the town is sitting on a Parkhurst school and a Mystic school. One of those assets could be sold and the money monetized, and we would need an override for years. Now, what's the disposition of those two buildings in the next 3 years? If we're going to ask voters for an override, I think we need to understand what we're doing with that piece of property. I think the voters expect the town to make some hard decision on that asset. And this is the asset that we control. Parkhurst is controlled by the school system. So before we say we're going to put the windows up and we're going to replace the roof, we should decide, what do we think is the need? And if town hall needs swing space because at some point we eventually renovate this building, do we need it for that?
Yeah,
It doesn't
or
mean we still
central
have- it doesn't mean we still
office
can't
or,
have heat,
other
heat
issues. Yeah.
and windows that don't leak and crack, but we should be really mindful about putting money into that building before we understand what we think it's going to do in 15 or 20 years. And it sounds like it's coming along. We're just on this little hamster wheel of movement, and I'm not sure it has strategy behind it.
I would just say, I think one is a valid topic of, as we were talking about capital earlier, of understanding our capital assets and how they're used and what they're used for. I think we're getting a little forest for the trees in that this is a lease for a program that operates out of a building that we own that's been negotiated. And so if there's questions on the lease that we can't vote to sign the lease now, I think that's what we should be talking about. If we're going to move forward on a conversation about, we're going into this long-term financial planning and we're going into the capital cycle, and probably as it relates to recreation, there are, CPA relationships there too, and it's a whole other, much larger conversation than.
I think the point you're raising, Anthony, is that you probably could use a long-range facilities master planning effort too, right? And we tried to do a bit of that in the state of the town. They did give us the Mystic School back. Now it's just the Mystic Building. Parkhurst, Mike's point, still is now getting back central office. We need a place for the rec. We talked about creating a rec board. I've shared that memo with you. I think part of what Michelle and I sat down with Nick, Stephanie, Michelle and I sat down with Nick and talked about the long-range plan for a board that would help with that building. Like, there's a lot of ways, CPA eligible building too. I think there's a lot of planning that has to happen. Having listened to Nick describe this to me, just don't say, we're still doing the planning, we're still doing the planning, we're still doing the planning, and let the building deteriorate. Because that happened for like 7 years under the previous care and control entities ownership, and it was not good.
Mm-hmm. So we'll take kind of this whole bigger facilities conversation back, and we'll coordinate Bill, Michelle, long-range financial planning, and some other programs as we think about that. For right now, are we comfortable with the lease as presented to vote to allow it to move forward for signatures and agreement?
So I think you've said you'd prefer to wait until the next meeting.
I'd prefer to wait as well.
Okay.
I mean, just a couple weeks. I mean, it doesn't mean that we're.
So can we be clear what information you need from Chris for the next meeting?
Yeah, I'll talk to Chris about it.
Okay. All right, then we will move that to the 13th, and Michelle and Mike, if there's specifics you need from Chris before voting on that, if you can follow up. Bill, welcome back.
What did I miss?
Can you please tee us up with the town manager evaluation form and next steps for that?
You've all received the town manager evaluation form. I got no feedback or suggestions for any sort of edit. So the only one that I made to the form that we used for the last evaluation process was to add the question at the very end, whether or not you would be in favor of extending the town manager's contract as set forth in his employment agreement by 1 year. So according to the schedule that we set with these in the past and that we'll have this time around, these are due no later than next meeting, and I think we'll have our vote next meeting to confirm whether or not there is a majority to extend the town manager's contract or not.
We were next meeting, so we said we would do a review no later than September.
It's
now
not
you're
a
saying
review.
tonight.
It's not a review.
What is it?
It's the submission of your data.
But then there's a vote at the same time?
But you have to answer that question in completing your form.
But this just seems accelerated. I didn't realize maybe it's because it's Parsons' last meeting, but when we hired Chris, we said we would have a review before the end of September. And now we're hearing tonight it's going to be done next week. I mean, I will find time for that in addition to everything else, but...
Well, respectfully, we said this last week, that this would be...
No, we said review the form. You never said the vote was coming on July 13th.
So I filled out. So by the way, I don't think it's due to me. Not that I'm aware of, anyway.
I don't know. Last time it was look at the form and see if you have any changes. We didn't hear we're doing this before Parsons' last meeting.
Again, I'd appreciate it unless somebody is telling me that's why this was done that way. That was not told to me. It has not been told to me that that's at all what this is based on. I got the form in the email from Patty. I did spend 45 minutes today filling it out with a pen, and I gave Patty my copy of it. The last question does say what you said. It's a 1 year extension. It's phrased like a question. It's like, would you, knowing what you know now, support it, right? I had taken the view in December, in any case, that the board should have a proper debate about that. You could do a 1-year extension. You should consider, if things are going great from the board's perspective, you should consider a longer one. Timing of that, I'll defer to all of you, but I understood that to be an evaluation with the numbers and then with some comments. Really the board's decision on when it wants to have a discussion about a 1-year extension, a 3-year extension, a 2-year extension, no extension. That's really the board's decision.
That's a contract negotiation question. What's set in the contract is a 1-year extension.
And I said in December, when I voted for that, I think my exact words were, we should start with a year plus a year. I will do everything I can to make the new town manager successful, because my hope is that when the board reconvenes around this issue, it would be looking at a longer contract.
That was my understanding.
So we can confirm, and we can have that question for council or whoever we need to ask of, if we come back to it and say we want to make this a longer extension, it says X in the contract. Do we need to amend the contract, or how do we do it if we want to extend? So I think that's a solvable question. Michelle, I hear your concerns are timing, and
correct.
If it's, I think we should be cognizant that Paris has been on the board, and I appreciate that you did take the time to fill that out and send it to Patty. If we do push it, we, obviously you won't be here, and you may.
I don't think that Chris's extension is at risk. It just doesn't leave us much time for debate or any evaluation if we're both delivering and debating in the same meeting.
There's also just so I filled it out. Like somebody has to literally type in Excel, I hand wrote it, so somebody has to type all the Hattie has to type all the comments and provide a clean typewritten version. So that, when are you guys going to turn in the form? I just turned it in immediately because I had time today.
I didn't know it was due.
It had a due date on it, but I think
the due date it's the same schedule that we had last year, or with Beth, and it's 14 days after you get it.
Okay. But even tonight's agenda doesn't say complete the form by this date. I mean, I'm sorry, but tonight's agenda doesn't say. It says review.
It says 7:13 in the packet. It says 7:13.
It says 7:13 in the packet.
It says 6:29 review the form, 7:13 submit the form.
I mean, Michelle, if you want to ask if we can, I'm not looking at when our next meeting is.
7:13.
Bump it to the 27th. And return the materials on the 13th. Is that what's written as due on the 13th?
We wouldn't be giving the review on the 13th.
Correct. So the materials are coming back on the 13th?
Yes.
And we would be discussing it in the future. No, I understand. Okay, so you've received it for the 29th. The request is to return it on the 13th, by the 13th, and then get that information compiled, returned to us to discuss at the 27th meeting.
Sure.
Does that work to complete the form between now and the next meeting?
I can complete the form with a different due date. I just didn't realize that was the calendar we were on. So, I understand now.
Okay. Is everyone good with that?
Yeah. What's the violation of the form so you can return to you guys by?
For the meeting on the 27th?
Well, it's got to go.
24th?
It's got to go to Patty, right? It can't go to all of us.
Right. Yeah, so
or any of us, I guess. Yeah.
He's sending it directly from you to Patty. Patty will get everything and pull it together for us so that we then receive a document with an average and
summed up.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess the exercise is really discussing in public. So if we use that as a guide for discussion, we don't necessarily need it to be compiled. We can represent our own.
No. That's a violation. Yeah. Our reviews have to go to Patty. We cannot share them unless.
Yeah. But then in our meeting,
I meant
we
in
can
public
discuss
session. to our conversations are what needs to happen. Right?
Yes, I agree with you that somebody could sit here and read it out loud. I think, though, that the aggregate score had to be a 3.0 in the original December 25 motion. That's the only reason you need it compiled, is because it's in here somewhere.
Yeah, and that's what we had done previously as well, is compiled them, and that seems to work decently.
There is like a numerical target. That's the only reason you have to have.
According to the contract, the town manager needs to have an average score of satisfactory and a majority of the board voting to extend his contract by 1 year. If he doesn't get a 3.0 average, if the majority does not say they want to extend his contract, we don't know where we are. But he doesn't get a guaranteed renewal.
I know where we are. Okay.
And I'll just, emphasize, like, the review scoring, like, 1s and 5s are supposed to be very, very rare. 3 should not be hard to get.
So people are going to turn in their forms by the
13th.
The 13th. Patty's going to summarize them on the 13th, but 13th or 27th, and then the board is going to vote on the 27th.
We will.
I just want everyone to.
Yeah, we'll receive the information, and so we'll plan to take up the review on the 27th.
Yeah.
Because that allows us to have it done by September.
Okay. I'm better. I thought it was all happening on the 13th.
No, but so just a review. So then a contract extension would be negotiated after September, if the board elects for a contract negotiation. That would not occur until September. That's a question.
If there's a brand new negotiation that has to happen for an extension longer than 1 year, that could happen after his review. That could happen in September. But the contract language is very clear. Like, this process right now culminates in a 1 year extension.
Okay. And then
so on the 27th of July, the four of you are potentially extending, Chris, to December 31st, 2027.
Yes.
But couldn't we also?
And then we could discuss if we wanted to engage in contract negotiations beyond that.
Yes.
Oh yeah. No, I get it. I'm just saying, like, I think we can contemporaneously consider, a 3-year contract. I mean, it's a contract with Chris, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, if he would say, I don't think he's going to say, and I know he's here, but no,
It's awkward.
I don't want you to consider a 3-year contract. I want you to stick to 1 year because that's what's in there, right? Like,
unusual.
That would be an unusual negotiating strategy.
I'm not Walter Olson. I got
Yes, yeah. So
we have to do what the contract says first.
So
I understand, but we can also have a broader conversation contemporaneously.
Yeah, we can.
It's another month to go to September, and it just seems.
Correct. And we can
1 year.
authorize entry into contract negotiations for a longer term.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that should be our deliverable.
But just to put the Anthea, I'll just ask you as chair. Like, the board is on the 27th going to discuss whether or not to authorize whether it's 1 year or 3 year contract. Okay.
Yeah.
Michelle, that's.
I'm good.
That's fine.
I thought it was all happening on the 13th.
That's what I thought as well.
But I don't think that's right. I think that we're on the 27th. We're going to talk about a 1 year contract.
We'll be fine.
Yeah.
I just want to. I think what we're clear on is on the 27th.
That's all.
We're clear on the dates. On the 27th, we're coming back. We're discussing the compiled evaluation, our feedback, the existing contract, and if we choose, whether we're engaging in any contract negotiations with the town manager to extend that contract. That is not part of the existing contract and process, but it is something that we can do.
Yes.
Okay.
We can do that at any time. So that would be the most appropriate time to do it.
You could just say you're extended until December 31st, 2027. Now let's have a superseding negotiation to extend you beyond that. You could do, mechanically, if you want to do that, you could.
Yes, I'm adhering to the contract that currently exists.
Okay.
You're talking about a hypothetical.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the baseline of our conversation. Is my point. So.
I'll make sure Bill is comfortable with the hypothetical by the time we get to a potential hypothetical conversation.
Well, I mean, until we see his scores in the
Correct.
votes, we don't know what's going on.
Correct.
So I'm not going to trade in hypotheticals.
All right. Are we good? Can we move on? We don't need to vote on anything. Chris might just take off if it's just a hypothetical situation going on all night long. Okay. Thanks, Mike. You said.
It's late. I give everyone a pass
I'm
at
not
45.
gonna lie, this is the craziest meeting I think we've had in like 6
It was supposed to be 2.5 hours.
We've gone through like 100 agenda items.
I figured 11, so.
Still have one more.
Remember, you haven't got to my report. I do need you to I need a vote tonight for accelerating, waiving the 15-day period on 4 appointments.
So moved.
Okay, go for it.
So
Let's do that now.
I ask that you.
Seconded.
The four people that named in my report, the 3 captain, the captain, 2 lieutenants, and the head janitor at Morocco.
So
Move to waive the waiting period.
I think second.
Like 8 seconds.
Second.
Second.
I seconded it.
Yeah, he did.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Chris.
That was very well explained in your report. So.
Okay. All right. So Mike recused himself, and it's probably cooler outside anyway. You did have in your packet, we received an OML complaint regarding the select board meeting on May 4th regarding appointments to the AHT and the HPB and accelerating those. Bill and I are specifically named in the complaint and have been reviewing it in for how we need to respond to it. We, just given the timing of when that was received and the meetings and what we've scheduled, have received an extension to submit our response until July 17th. So, 2 weeks from now, I'm looking at the wrong calendar. 2 weeks from now, if there's any questions about that, feel free to let me know, and then I'll work with Chris and Karis, because town council was, we've been working closely with town council on that one. And then just in terms of responding to the complaint, I've been communicating with Bill on that, and I'm going to authorize you to make a first draft of that response. That's what lawyers are
You
for.
authorize me to do a first draft or to respond? Because the OML law says you can authorize me to respond.
Then I will authorize you to respond, and we can just review that before it's
I will make sure
submitted.
you have a chance to review, as well as town council.
Is there any vote or action me and the Ghost of Paris need to take on this?
No.
think
So we read, no, in reading through it, there's, what is required is that,
This is a bizarre one. I mean,
what is required is that, what is required is that we need to
I'm good with that.
have a meeting and let everyone know that we've received it and,
I'm writing the response.
and authorize
so
the written
will this
response.
ever come back to the select board again now?
Only when it gets published as a public document and sent to the Attorney General's office?
As an agenda item?
No.
No, but there's no requirement that
I think that's your answer. It's not an
Yeah.
agenda item, really.
Sweet.
yeah. So that's all. And that's our show.
Move to approve the consent agenda
Yeah.
as published in our agenda for June 29th, 2026.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right.
To adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, WinCam. Thank you, Anthony, Patty, Chris, Maura.